And here we're hoping we're live. I certainly hope so. Hey, welcome in, folks. Welcome in. Good afternoon, Ken Doyle. How are you doing, friend? I'm doing myself very well. Quick disclaimer for anyone here early. I'm hoping that the expensive hardware that I am broadcasting from is doing a good job of filtering out the fact that it's very noisy in here today. Not so much because of construction outside my window, because for once, not so much. Although, yeah, there's somebody revving a car right outside. It happens. But because I do have my my 3D printer situation going on right now, and not that the 3D printer isn't super. They're not super loud normally, but because I'm in an enclosed space, right? It does mean that I have to have like the extractor on and everything. Like, here, let me see if I can point the camera without killing my feed. All right, there we go. You see that? You see that? Oh, there we go. That with that little cable going off into the window, into the darkness beyond. My 3D printer is live in there right now, currently producing bad guys for my Sunday players. Spoilers ahead. But because it is running, and because it turns out 3D printing resin is all kinds of just bad for you. So it is contained, and it has an exhaust pipe, and that exhaust pipe is piping exhaust as exhaust pipes do. It's great job, exhaust pipe. Great job. Hey PB, welcome in, and good. Glad to hear you can't hear anything normal. I mean, it's just like that, like a fan extractor hum that's going on, and I think that's the kind of noise that the NVIDIA thing is usually pretty good. Actually, NVIDIA Broadcast just updated like a week ago or so. Seems to be working fine. Haven't really noticed like an increase in quality, I don't think, but if anything, I've noticed an increase in the times that it warns me that, oh, hey, heavy video load, maybe turn off the thing. Not an improvement, NVIDIA. Not an improvement. Anyway, today it's Friday. We're here to just kind of vibe, hang out. Car right outside my window. Vibe, hang out. I'm going to try and work on my own game. And if I get distracted or bored, might even play a video game. Who knows? It's all up in the air on Fridays. Look, Fridays are vibe days. And here, you know what? Let me switch over to the game screen. Nope, wrong one. That's the leftovers from yesterday. Here we go. Oh, where's wait, why did I browser? Oh, cool. Yeah. So I was looking at my calendar for my sessions on SPG, but of course, no, nothing's been booked yet. But much thank you, by the way, much thank you. Jesus, I know language, I know how to use words. Surely, many thank yous. Thank you very much to oh yeah. Well, none of this works because I don't have any data. I don't have any boosted things, but let's see here. You downgraded because it was annoying you, and the internet also agreed that it was worse. Yeah. Like I might have to downgrade myself. I mean, it hasn't officially caused any problems yet, but yeah, like unless it's breaking something, I usually like to be on. Like I know people who like, unless it's breaking, I will not upgrade. Myself, having been in IT, I'm a general believer of staying up to date on things, mostly for just the security, because every single goddamn thing on your computer is a potential security risk. And I'm not super paranoid. If I was, I wouldn't be running Windows 11. But at the same time, I don't need to be particularly stupid about it, and stuff that gets installed a lot, that's a big attack surface, right? So I try to keep them up to date. So unless it's breaking something, I will be on the latest version, usually just for security's sake. But that said, if it starts breaking, yeah, I'm downgrading immediately, because it does seem to be just a lesser experience. A goddamn shame. All right, so why is this page is broken? Wait, hide pending, but then put them back up. Why is it saying that there's no session scheduled for next Thursday when there is? And if you look at the calendar, see, Thursdays is the clockwork cathedrals. Anyway, Many thank yous to all the folks who re-skeeted, retweeted, retweeted, reposted, whatever we're calling it these days. My poor attempt at marketing the other day. I got to keep doing that more often to, keep having it seen until somebody signs up, because so far, as you'll see, 0 players or anything. It can take time. I was not expecting to get players immediately. It can take a while to show up. The problem is I am very much running out of time here, but we'll see how it goes. Anyway, this is not what I wanted to do. What I was actually checking out, I was finishing up, was since I am doing prep for my Sunday game, and I will not be talking about D&D for the whole stream, don't worry. Otherwise, it would be a lie to call this an indie tabletop RPG team. Well, I'm going to be working on my own thing, but also just working on my own stuff in general. And so I did find this thing, TTRPG Convert CLI 5e, and it is a little command line tool that downloads the Dungeons and Dragons 5e SRD stuff, basically the stuff that's available for free, and encodes it and changes it and blah 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 to work within Obsidian, which is my tool of choice for note taking. Actually, that's where I should be. Actually, let me get my Obsidian window sized up properly, and let's go ahead and switch over to Obsidian so you can actually see what this is all about. There we go. Okay, so that's my Seeker's Call homepage. But I was actually here. And so you'll note that we've got this little folder, DM folder, and then a mechanics subfolder then. And there's everything the CLI application did. And then, I don't know why it included, I guess these adventures are SRD adventures, so it got included. But basically everything else, so for example, the information on like D&D backgrounds, you've got some art that you get downloaded from the SRD art, and also just like, here's all the information, here's links. So it's like, oh, skill proficiency in investigation. If I click into it here, like, it's all the list, and it's the source, and it tells you what it's about, it tells you where it got it from. But the most important things are, like, first of all, the bestiary. So here's all the little monsters, and I'm just saying that I do have, where are they? I'm not saying giant spiders might happen, but giant spiders might happen. And then there they are. And it's nice because with the right Obsidian plugins, it even like formats it all in this nice little stat block. Hey, Bathan, welcome in. Yes, indeed, giant spiders. And the stat block itself, like, you see how there's little dice rolling icons. So for the attacks and stuff, I can actually just roll it in Obsidian. So I can kind of click here, and it does a little dice on the thing, and it tells me a result. So I can basically pull up a thing, just have all the stuff here really nice and handy, but also just works directly within my little notes in Obsidian. So then as I'm making my adventure notes in Obsidian, I can just link to this giant spider page, and I'm like, they find X amount of giant spiders, and it's right there, and I can just tap it, and all my info is there. So this is really nice. It's really nice. It is a little weird to when you're first setting it up, right? But once it's set up, it's so useful. All the spells, same thing, like, there we go. And with links to everything else. So again, all the status effects and everything, they're all links, so you can click on them and they take you directly to what happens when you have that status effect. Stuff like that. It gives you the list and links to the back character class as well. So if somebody's a bard, you can click and it'll tell you, oh, these are all the bard spells. It's all right there, nicely organized. It's really well done. It's really well done for a really well done little resource if you, like me, find yourself in need of, unfortunately, running some D&D because, it's the only thing people are willing to pay you money to run. But at least I've got it there. At least I've got it there. Makes me a little bit happier that that's ready to go for my game on Sunday. which should be interesting. So I'm actually, you know what? Yeah, let me show you actually what I'm doing, because I'm actually, so there is some brand new Planescape content for D&D, well, brand new, quote unquote, right? Came out a couple of years ago. They came out with like a 5e Planescape campaign setting, but it was very light. Honestly, it was a lot less than I expected. It was just like a very light sort of like, hey, this is what Planescape is, with, you know, a few like minor 5e adjustments, and here's an adventure. They did put out this one adventure, that it's the Turn of Fortune's Wheel, it's called. And it's a campaign. It's not even an adventure, so it's an entire campaign. It's meant to take your characters from like a very high level to a very low level to a very high level. Basically, there is like a big jump at one point because of the twist. Big spoiler alert, in case you're ever going to be a player in that particular campaign. I'm about to spoil it, but also it kind of, the big twist is the kind of thing that your players kind of need to know, or else it's going to be it's the kind of twist that you can't just spring on players unless you already got like a huge amount of trust. Otherwise, you do have to kind of spoil this for them. And the adventure itself is a callback to the video game, to Planescape Torment, the old school video game that came out several decades ago, because I am old. And in that game, you are you basically wake up in the morgue in the city of Sigil, with no memory of who you are, on a slab, and you know, you don't remember anything. And as you play through the game, you slowly start recovering memories and who you were, and you can die over and over, and you come back, etc., etc. So that adventure begins just like that. Your player characters wake up in the morgue. They even meet Morty, the flying skull, who you think is a Mimir, but he's not. He's just a flying skull. And then you get dragged into you get dragged into adventures, and it's very quickly discovered that the players are under the effect of some kind of quote-unquote multiversal glitch. And so anytime they die, they come back, but as a different version of themselves. So basically, you're meant to, for every character. And so the way it tries to present it is that the first time someone dies in the campaign, that's when the players discover this mechanic. And you're technically supposed to, at that point, kind of stop the game, explain, here's the twist, right? You are part of this glitch, and so I'm going to need every player to make 3 more characters. And so now, from now on for this adventure, anytime you die, you actually just swap over to one of your other versions of your character. And the other versions can be literally anything. They don't have to be the same race. They don't have to be the same class. The only thing is that they do end up being the same levels. They level up along with you, but they don't need to know anything. They can have entirely different lives, but they are still at their core, quote unquote, you. And so every time you die, you switch between your various versions. And then the rest of the adventure goes on. At some point, you discover why this is happening. I won't spoil that. But the first big twist is that it's that you discover your victim, quote unquote, of this multiversal glitch, and that happens. It's a cool idea. It is a cool idea, but you know, you can't just spring on a group of players. Hey, everybody, let's stop playing and everybody has to make me 3 more characters before we continue forward. And by the way, this is how this works now. Kind of a big ask, right? But if you've got players who you already like, okay, we're on board, then you can just kind of start them off like, hey, make 4 characters. Trust me on this. Yes, you know, pick the one you're going to play, but keep these others in the background. You know, you'll understand why later. and kind of go like that. But anyway, I'm not going to run that campaign for them because my players, even though they're not super familiar with Planescape, when I first brought up the idea of running a Planescape campaign for them, they didn't know. They didn't know what it was. And then after I kind of explained, then two of them who have been playing D&D for a little bit longer, I'm like, oh yeah, wait, yeah, no, we bought those books a while ago when they came out. The 22 the 5 edition updates that came out like a year or two ago, and so I know that they have access to the books, which is fine. On the contrary, in fact, I'm not usually not anti that, right? But also, they're not paying me to run that adventure for them. They're paying me to run my adventure from Planescape in Planescape. So I definitely looked at that campaign for ideas, and definitely there's a couple of minor things that I might pull in. But then I noticed how that campaign itself was pulling. Hey, Phoenix, welcome in, friend, welcome in. I noticed how that campaign itself was pulling from some of the classic stuff that I knew from the original Planescape for 2nd edition D&D. So what I've been doing is I pulled up a lot of the old D&D, Planescape setting books and the old adventures, and I'm kind of readapting them to 5e. Thankfully, there's been some very kind people out there who have done a lot of the adaptations for stuff. So it's not that much work. It's just like certain things, the way the old books set it versus the way it's done in 5e, are different enough that they require a few bits of judgment call. But honestly, it turns out 5e is it's hard. It's difficult for me to say if 5e is quote unquote rules light. But compared to 2nd edition D&D, it is 100% rules light. It's not that much work to convert an old adventure. It's mostly just a bunch of judgment calls and trying to find the harder work is in converting like the monster stats and stuff too. And thankfully that's also like just nerds out there have done most of the heavy lifting on that. So it's mostly a matter of me just putting together notes and having everything ready. But yeah, I'm basically taking a lot of inspiration from some of the older adventures. I'm not running them right off the book just how they are, because I already started their first session, and so the way their party is set up and the way they arrived in Sigil, it's not a perfect match for some of the older school adventures that there are. But definitely there's a lot of good ideas in there to pull from, because with D&D specifically, and I'm conflicted about this, because on the one hand, I'm not that interested in, say, running Curse of Strahd over and over, right? But there are players out there who are basically just Curse of Strahd players. They're barely even D&D players. All they do is play Curse of Strahd over and over. And there are GMs who all they do is like, this campaign is a Curse of Strahd campaign. That's what this is, and I'm running 6 of them. I can't do that. I can't. But at the same time, when you're playing specifically Dungeons and Dragons, not some other fantasy game, part of the whole point of playing Dungeons and Dragons is to use the published material, to use the actual settings, to play in the Forgotten Realms or in Greyhawk or in whatever published setting exists, rather than just making it all up on your own. So, and Planescape specifically is a published setting, and the whole point of playing in Planescape is to use the Planescape setting and use the stuff that exists and can be referred to. So it is a kind of a balancing act, because I do want to pull from the existing stuff, and I'm pulling from really old school stuff to bring forward, because I know it's stuff that my players are probably going to be less familiar with, but without just like I'm just running a module, right? It's like no, I want to base the adventure around the players more than anything. So it is a balancing act, but I like where it's going. And like I said, like I warned earlier in the stream, I am currently printing out minis So that is why if you notice any lowering in audio quality today, it's because the 3D printer is cranking away behind me. But it does seem like it's getting filtered out well enough. So hooray, hooray! Anyway, that's enough. That's enough talking about non-indie tabletop RPGs for one stream. I think let's go ahead and work on mine. Oh. So, by the way, for anybody concerned about my shoulder from yesterday, still fucked. Still fucked, though recovering. I did have to take some acetaminophen just to be able to sleep comfortably last night. Especially since I'm a side sleeper, and so I ended up like laying on that shoulder a lot, but even laying on the other shoulder still caused discomfort in this one. But it's much improved today. It's still sore. What happened? Oh well, what happened is I fucked up somehow. That's what happened is that I'm old and I made the mistake of working out. And sometimes when you're old and do physical things, your body goes like fuck you, and then you pull something. Yeah, exactly. Say no more. Yeah, no, like I said, I worked out yesterday morning. I didn't do anything weird. It wasn't a particularly difficult workout. I didn't push myself any harder than normal. It was just kind of like my solid strength training workout. And it felt fine. I felt nothing during the workout. No, other than just the standard effort of working out. But I didn't feel like I'd overextended or anything. And then a couple hours after that, my shoulder just started killing me, and it's still like sore. And it must have been when I was doing like a forward press or like an overhead press or something, because those are the movements that I can feel the tightness and pain on. Oddly enough, I thought it was going to be like the lateral races, and no, those are fine. I can do that movement with no pain. It's specifically when I'm pushing forward or up, and it's my right shoulder, and I'm right-handed. So since then, I've just been, every time I go to reach for something, it's like, oh shit, no. But it is fading. It is getting better. So at least, so hopefully in a couple more days. It probably means I won't be able to do my workouts tomorrow morning. Normally Saturday mornings are the third day of working out that I usually do. Probably won't be able to, because I'm not going to force myself until it feels properly better. But it is definitely better today than it was yesterday. So, but still, oof. See, I can get aches from making the mistake of standing up. This one time I pulled a muscle breathing. Yeah. No, I mean that also happens occasionally. Yeah, that sometimes, like, it's bad enough when you're like, oh, let me just reach for this thing right here, like my cup, and it's just like, oh my god, why? Breathing particularly. I yawned once and it almost killed me. It's amazing. So I guess it's a miracle that I've injured myself so little, considering that I do make a point of working out. Like you can't tell, because I dress in the baggiest of clothes as usual, but I got some definition. You don't work out regularly and do strength training regularly for like 3 years straight and not see some level of muscle definition come up. I mean, I'm still a soft boy overall, but I'm definitely like, let me put it this way. I, not sponsored, but I have a Factor subscription. If you've never heard of Factor, they're a meal delivery service. It's very convenient, and honestly, the pricing is expensive, but it's less expensive than some other options. And honestly, my nutritionist was like, yeah, like they're, you need the protein, like they're good choices, etc. So fine, no problem, whatever. Not sponsored, don't worry about it. But when I first signed up for that, I live on a 3rd floor walk up. They deliver a big honkin' heavy box of food and heavy like blocks of ice to keep it cold. So when I first got that subscription several years ago, every Monday when that box would arrive, dragging that box upstairs was work. Dragging that box upstairs was not a fun time for me, bringing it up 3 flights of very narrow stairs. But I did it. Now, 3 years later, I regularly like pick up the box in one our hand, like while coming up the stairs, and just carry it with, like, it doesn't even feel like it's a lot of effort. So humble brag, kind of, but also just sort of a statement of like, yeah, I've definitely gotten stronger. Like the exercise has in fact helped. I am measurably stronger than I was just a few years ago. But apparently, still able to just fucking fuck up my shoulder when least expected. Good times. All right. Anyway, let's see. Nice, proud of you. Trying to build myself back up to the place I was even a decade ago. Yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, this is not me building myself back up to where I was. I have been a soft, chunky boy for my entire lifetime, basically. Like, it's not until, like, I should have started working out and taking that seriously back in my 30s, not now. But getting told by your doctor that you are pre-diabetic, and that what's happening with your dad, where my dad is fine, but he does suffer from congestive heart failure. He is his heart is not in great shape. He's taking excellent care of himself. He's in as good a shape as you can be, but he's never going to be 100. His heart is damaged. And basically having the doctor pretty much tell me, like, you see that? That's exactly where you're headed. Really was that sort of come to Jesus moment, like come to the gym moment, rather. For me, and I started taking better care of myself, and it is working. My blood pressure is doing great. I am in quite possibly in the best shape of my life right now, which should tell you something about how horrible shape I was in up until recently. So for me, it's less of like coming back to where I used to be, and more of just like being somewhere decent for the first time ever. Phoenix, whereas my build is, well, I was once told, too bad you aren't gay because you would make a great twink. Yeah. I wasn't always like round. I'm not currently round. I'm currently less round. But I was never like, I think I was thin as a child, but pretty much from my teens onward, I just slowly started expanding. And I think I never got super bad, but at my worst, worst is not the word I want to use, at my heaviest, and let's be clear, I'm a little guy. I'm just a little guy at 5'7". And at 5'7", I was at around 275, 280 pounds. Which is not great. It's not the worst, right? I wasn't the heaviest boy ever, but that much weight at that height was not doing me any favors. And honestly, more than the weight, because right now I'm hovering around 225. And my quote unquote ideal weight is like under 180, which is ridiculous. So I'm much more focused on like, am I healthy? Am I strong? How's my blood pressure doing? That's what I'm focused on, not the number on the scale. But 275, and I was doing zero working out. My diet primarily consisted of like pizza, Doritos, and soda. And I was working in IT, sleeping 4 to 5 hours a night, and otherwise completely sedentary, just at a computer all day at work, and then I would get home and I was just at my laptop or gaming some more. Like, yeah, like no wonder the doctor was like, buddy, pal, please. Come on, did cursor's not come up? Is it not working on this screen again?
Curse you all!
Oh, there it is. There it is. Good. It is working on this screen. Cool. Hey, Freitas, welcome in. And thanks for the my dad's doing great. I do appreciate it though. I will give him a tight hug next time I see him. I don't know when that's gonna be. I need to go see my dad. Traveling down to Texas is just not in the budget anytime soon. But I do need to make time to see my dad at some point this year. And trust me, he will be getting all the hugs. He will be getting all the hugs. I do love my dad dearly. And again, he is in as good a shape as he can be, considering that he is an old man. Like he's 30 years older than me, so he's an old man. But you know, he's also my dad, and he's also a giant nerd. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see him again next time. And he is taking, again, he also, like, you know, he's taking much better care of himself these days as well. But my goal in many ways is like, hey, I don't want to. Yeah, okay, I see where it leads, because I am basically a photocopy of my dad. Like physically, it's incredible. It's incredible. That's really my like, people will see me and my younger sister, and they'll see us next to my mom, and they'll go like, oh yeah, you see the family resemblance, especially my sister. Like, my sister definitely resembles my mom more than I do, yes. But you put us next to our mom, and you can see the family resemblance. But then you put us next to our dad, and there could never there's no such thing as a doubt there, right? At no point ever could you look at us and go like, no, clearly, there's a chance that's not the father. Like, my sister less than me, right? She's a female version, but thankfully she makes it work. But I look exactly like my dad, like a freaking photocopy. It's wild. And not just in looks, but also personality and stuff. We're just very similar people. I think the one divergence is that I went more to the creative side, whereas he's a lot more math focused. He's an engineer, so he was always a lot more math focused than I was. But other than that, like, we may as well be clones. So looking at my dad's health issues was like, oh, okay, I see what awaits me, like, exactly. So yeah, like, definitely know what not to do in the future, right? Trying to take much better care of myself. I still need to. There's still things that need to happen, and unfortunately, no health plan right now makes those things less difficult. Or less easy, like more difficult. But I do what I can. It is hard. Anyway, hey, am I actually ever going to talk about this game? Quite possibly. It's been so long, so I sincerely do not remember where I left things off last time. So let's see. Have I been keeping track on this to-do? No, I really haven't. Okay. Oh, I had made some notes again on some of this stuff. That's cool. All right, so let me see. What can I close out? So examples. That's stuff that we need to do. I already redid dice mechanics. I already redid resonance, aptitudes, discords as well. Sample. Okay, well, that unfortunately will have to wait until the archetypes are all done. Or actually, it should be called callings for each calling. And yeah, there will definitely be more in those. We'll get to that. NPCs will... Actually, no, we do kind of have mechanics now for them now, too. They're basically... Yeah, we do have enemy and NPC mechanics. So that's done. I can mark that out. Look at me, being able to actually mark something off. I'm very proud. By the way, for anybody watching who's new, who is not familiar with the bullshit that I am now doing, this is my game, Seeker's Call, that I have been working on for a while. It is my game that I've been working on for a while. I am not going to re-explain all of it by default, but if anybody has questions on anything, always please feel free to ask on chat, and I will answer and go into details on anything else. So let me see. Flesh out towns and cities, yes, but that can wait for later. That can wait for later. We need to focus on calling reuse. So at some point they were called archetypes. I don't even remember them ever being called archetypes. I always thought they were callings. So we did bulwarks. That's done. Crafters is basically done. Let's actually read. I should also link. So let me see here. Dupe. Bulwark. Yeah, there we go. That's why I can have links here, crafter. Yeah. And then elementals got, okay, this was a full redo, so this is also done. They are now conflux. Conflux. And okay, now we need to get to the animals and all stuff. But yeah, crafter is basically done. Let me go in here real quick. Right, crafter, and then we have crafter's appraisal, the forge, the strikes. There's stuff to be added, but I think the core mechanics were done, right? And let's actually compare this, because we were actually looking yesterday in Invisible Sun at their crafting mechanics, and I did take some level of inspiration from that. Did I ever? No, I guess I never did do the... I never did do a proper flowchart for these. Because you have cobble. Yep, so you have your base ability. Ore. And cobble. And harden, right? That's what you get to strike with. Starts off from the first two strikes. Okay, ore and cobble are your first two strikes. Harden then is the first thing that you can learn after. So harden, dismantle, purification. Then advanced forging is only available once you've got all the basics. And then you got perpetuity, alloy, which is, as we can tell, complicated. And reforge. Yeah, reforge is basically like just the same thing as alloy, but using relics. Yeah, so I guess I don't really... I mean, this will need expansion later when I figure out what relics properly are. Because alloyed items... So, okay, let's do some term definition, I think is what I need to do. Let's read through this a little bit, because I do need to define some terms, or at least make sure they are clearly defined. Because your first ability as a crafter is ore. Ore is just to... It's the thing that you have that lets you gather materials. And so this was almost meant to be almost passive. Just once per scene while within a delve, a crafter can identify and acquire some of the base magical materials and essences they need for their work. This process is nearly subconscious for them. Their natural curiosity and connection to the world around them means that their fingers often pick up random bits and bobs everywhere they go. Unless a crafter is specifically seeking a particular type of material, the system for this is simple. Roll a single d6 and consult the table below. So it's pretty straightforward. Like I said, it's meant to be like a passive thing. Unless you're actively seeking for a specific material, you just walk into a room and you walk out of the room with a material. And then we've got 3 different types of materials: corpora, mente, and pneuma resonant materials. We'll have, we'll do this at some point. Just a list, maybe a D66 table might be a decent one to have there, for just random items. But let's see, if the player's looking for a specific kind of material, then at that point there can be an action roll to search it with the results. Okay, so this is just gathering materials. Materials are used for just about everything. So once you have materials, then you can use cobble. Cobble lets you make unique one-time use magical items that can assist the seeker in innumerable ways. And this is, again, fairly simple, because these, all they really do And this is similar. I didn't realize I was doing that when I did this to kindled items in Invisible Sun that we saw yesterday. Because kindled items were just items that was useful for a specific thing. Like they would give a specific bonus for the thing that they're meant to. So like a kindled hammer would give you a bonus to hammering, but then they also came with some kind of disadvantage, right? In this case, there's no really so much a disadvantage. It's just like the thing is that they're just one-time use versus kindled items in Invisible Sun are permanent, but they do come with like a minus to something. Hey, kitty, I didn't realize you were sitting there. Are you coming to say hello? Are we coming to say hello? Maybe. Will you deign to make yourself visible on camera? Huh? Is this a thing that you're going to do? I think it is. Let me see if I can get her to appear on camera. Hey, sweetheart, come on. There she is. Look at that. Look at that kitty. Look at that kitty right there. Oh my god. just a little bit of kitty at the bottom of the window there. Kitty, 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 kitty. How are you? Are you needing attention? Yes, you are. Dad, stop working on your nerd shit and pay attention to me. Sweetheart, I've been paying attention to you all morning. It's time for nerd shit. All right, so again, this is pretty straightforward. You just make items with a +1 to a +3 bonus, and the higher the bonus you want, the more items it's going to take. So this is really straightforward. Harden then is giving your cobbled items additional uses. That's the first sort of advance. Again, pretty straightforward, nothing crazy there. But we do need to let's add a note. Oh, cat-like typing detected. Let's add a note on item types, because we've got let's do boop boop a note. Actually, let's make this a call out. Hi, sweetheart. Oh my god. No, I guess it shouldn't be a call. This should actually be a proper section, because this is core information. Oh my god, my cat is just requiring one of my hands to be used to pet her at all times, which makes typing difficult, cat. I don't know if you realize this. I'm pretty sure she does. She knows exactly what she's doing. Father. Since you already can't type, Father, one of your hands is already just occupied with petting me. Why don't you just go ahead? Why don't you just go ahead, Dad? And just use both hands to pet me, huh? You could do that. Would you like to do that, Father? I would, but it's stream time, baby girl. It's stream time. This is why I'm not employable. Because I prioritize my cat over other things. All right, here we go. So let's add a note. Tap, tap, tap. A note on item. On magical item types. Magical item types. Types. Magical items made by a crafter come in 3 flavors. Cobbled items. Then it's after cobbling, it's alloyed, right? Yeah, alloyed items. Let's go up. Alloyed. Where'd they go? Up here. And relic items, right? Relic items, I don't... So Reforge creates relics. Relics creates allied items. So I'm using the term relic. But relic normally carries a connotation of like ancient, like it's a type of thing that you find. You find a relic. You don't create a relic normally. I feel like it needs another term, and I do kind of want to stick with terms like reforged, like this last one, reforged, create relics, right? Like a foci maybe, but I do want to keep like forge terms, right? So you got cobbled items, alloyed items. I mean, this could just be forged items, like reforge. So actually, just call it forge. No, but forge is the art. Forge is the art. This is the forging, or the forge is the art itself. So I don't want to call it the forge. So like they're all forged items. In fact, that's what they should be called, unforged. I know. Magical items forged with a capital F, forged by a crafter, come in 3 flavors. Like, I want to keep the forged metaphors. You got cobbled, you got alloyed, and you've got... Let's see what the Sarai sisters have to say. Let's see, forged. Synonym. Tempered items, maybe. No, not forged as in counterfeit. Forged as in developed, manufactured, engineered, generated, crafted, constructed, devised, turned out, cranked out. I kind of like tempered better. Yeah, I think tempered might be a good one there. Sculpted, chiseled, wrought, molded. No, I think tempered feels better. Yeah, let's go with tempered. So let's call that then, instead of reforged, it's going to be called tempering. Tempering. And tempering is what allows you to create tempered items. And creating tempered items. God damn it, Dan. It requires alloyed items as its source materials. Okay, we'll get back to that. So then we'll call these tempered items. Okay, and then cobbled items, and then let's give them a little description. Cobbled items have have basic enchantments placed upon them by the crafter. Hey, Chaser Donis, tumpering. Well, actually, where's the cat? She'll be back. Hey, by the way, welcome in, Chase. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Let's see here. By the crafter. I know how to type. By the crafter that add simple bonuses to rolls regarding the purpose for which they that's a hor that's oh my god, the wording on this they were craft or for which they were made. Oh my god, that's awkward wording. Awkward wording. Because the idea is that basically cobbled items, all it is, it's think of it like your +1 sword, your +1 dagger, but it's +1 whatever, +1 pants, +1. They give you a bonus, a one-time bonus on a roll. That's simple one-time bonuses. One-time bonuses to rolls regarding the purpose for which they were made. So, +1 pants would give you a +1 bonus for whatever they like. It's more for the purpose they were made. So, for example, you might create a cobbled pair of pants that lets you run faster. They'll break after, they'll rip apart, but like they'll do that. That's kind of the idea. Let's see, Bathan, do these different items Chase what? Chase says first, sometimes their fingers don't want to type either, so real. Yeah, I get that. I get like the thing is I'm much better at typing when I don't have people watching me, but I only type when I have people watching me. If I don't have people watching me, the ADHD just makes it impossible. Exactly, they call him the streak. +1 George, Stacy Dukes, +1 charm. I mean, yes, exactly. Like you make whatever item it is, you cobble an item for a specific purpose, and depending on how many core materials, how many bits of materials you used, you get a bonus. Like the more materials you used in cobbling the item together, the bigger the bonus. It can be up to a +3, which in this game is substantial. And yeah, okay. The wording feels awkward, but it's more about just getting it down right now. Alloyed items. Alloyed items are those that can duplicate the effects of. No, it's not duplicate. So okay, let's actually think about, because I want the two levels, right? I want alloyed items and I want tempered items. And alloyed items are basically if you want your basic, like your wand of fireballs. If you want an actual magic item, an item that has a specific magical effect other than just giving you a bonus on your roll, then that's an alloyed item, right? And so if we look at the where is it? Here we go. Purification. If we look at alloys, where are they? Dismantle, harden, cobble. Yeah, so you don't really get to do that until you get to the advanced. So alloy, here we go. Blah, blah, blah. Base materials are used to apply effects such as perpetuity to a cobbled item. So basically cobbled items are one-time only use items. You are able, once you have advanced forging, you're actually able to add additional uses to them by using harden, but also later on, advanced forging, you can make them permanent. It's very expensive in terms of materials, but you can make a permanent +1 pair of jorts if that is your goal as a character. And then alloy is when you actually kind of make items with specific magical effects. Let me catch up on chat real quick. Let's see. Chase says, in the Ryutama game I ran, the materials that the players can find can have special effects. Then when used to create items and equipment, adds to it. Lots of creative fun for my players. Yeah, no, so I'm kind of trying to do something similar here, right? Because we do have the ore ability, which is the first one you got, which is basically just as you walk around, you're picking up materials. There's 3 specific types of materials: corpora, mente, and pneuma. They just think of them as differently flavored materials. And for the most part, for most basic effects, you kind of just need a mix of all 3. So, for example, a basic cobble, you need 1 of each. So a +1 item needs 1 material of each type. A +3 item needs 3 materials of each type for a total of 9. That's kind of the vibe there. And for these sort of generic effects, that's why you need 1 of each, because the 3 of them, they're the 3 types of magic: corpora, mente, and pneuma. So it basically just, they combine into a just generic +1. But then it only starts to matter when you're actually doing certain things. Like when you're trying to harden, then that actually costs more like more corpora, because it makes the items quote unquote more real. And there is a part that there's something that you learn before you actually get to do this, which is called purification, because at some point you will be able to have materials that have effects on their own, and that might come with that. They're basically uh, they have side effects. They have minor powerful or less powerful side effects, minor side effects that are assigned to those items. So the items themselves, though the materials themselves, will need to be purified before they are used in an item. And if you don't purify them first, then the item will kind of inherit the side effects from that material. If that makes any sense. Phoenix Light is +1 apple bottom jeans of charm, +2 boots with the fur. Okay, that one got me. Good work. Good work. Simple but still fun to look for. I like it. Must get ready for my own D&D game later. Good luck with your system. Check back later at the VOD if you. Okay, no worries. Thanks so much for hanging out. And yeah, I definitely check back on the VOD later. I have done a few of these talking about this game before, but yeah, I'll keep going through it. I'm glad and definitely later on, if you stop by again, have any comments on it, I'd love to hear them. But yeah, let's go back to it. Also, Stream Elements Bot, thank you for doing the thing, Stream Elements Bot. Well done. Okay, so purification does the thing, removes the side effects. Great. So we get to advanced forging. Perpetuity is then the thing that lets you make your things more permanent. Alloy, we're back to this. So alloy is when we actually get to replicate actual magical effects. Base materials are used to apply effects such as perpetuity to a cobbled item, but crafting an alloyed item revolves around advanced materials. Alloyed items are able to grant more powerful bonuses to users who can replicate many of the noumena from other callings, as well as unique effects, creating these substantially more complicated than cobbled items. But their more powerful capabilities, as well as the fact that they are perpetual by default, makes the effort and cost worth it. I didn't realize I'd given them perpetuity by default. I guess that's a solid thing. All right. Let's leave that. If it's the kind of thing that you want to play test eventually anyway. See if it's too much to ask, because it is also very expensive, and as you can tell, like kind of more time consuming. There's more to it. So I think making them perpetual to start with is probably fine. If not, then tempered items will definitely be. But we'll see. We'll see if we'll leave alloyed items as perpetual. I feel like I will. All right. So we need to figure out what advanced materials are, which we already have, but let's just kind of read through it. Because what I want to get is a good understanding of what alloyed items are, so that then we can figure out what tempered items are. Because instinctively, I feel like there needs to be that sort of third tier of even more powerful items, right? But what is that exactly? What is that going to mean in the game? That's the part that I'm not 100% sure about. What I am 100% sure about, though, is the fact that we do need to go to ads. Just saw the timer. So let's go ahead and take our quick little first ad break of the show. I'll be back in 3 minutes, and we'll figure out this whole alloyed items kerfluffle. But until then, as always, we will be right back. Please hang out and bear with us. And we return. So let's just go right over to the game screen
Yes,
and
you
let's.
are.
Hey, why does the sound keep just stay on? I'm going to just, you know what? Because it is coming up on its own, I'm just gonna.
Yes, you are.
There we go. Just gonna trigger it manually. Get some curses going on the stream. It's been a while. All right. So let's re-dive into alloyed alloyed terms. Here we go. Let's see. By the way, Himang over on YouTube, I see you. Thank you so much for dropping by, Himang. For those of you on the Twitch side, you know Himang by name. I've mentioned him before. He drops by and says hello over on YouTube side, and we love him. Big fans of Himang over here. And he came in just as we went to ads, which is very rude of me. All right, so let's see. Alloyed items. So they use advanced materials. Alloyed items are able to grant more powerful bonuses, can replicate many, blah, 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 blah. So let's see. Advanced materials. Advanced materials are separated by familia, just like normal materials. They come in the 3 flavors, corpora, mente, or pneuma. And then, unlike regular base materials, advanced materials can also have multiple resonances. These kinds of materials are highly sought after for the complexity of magical effects they can enable. I feel like this needs expanding. This needs examples. Let's do a little bit of a to-do examples. A note to myself here to do more. Himang over on YouTube asks, also a weird question. If you drop dead all of a sudden, how would you like your body to be used? To make your bones a small pew-pew bullets, for example? Anything goes. You're correct. That is a weird question, Himang. But the answer to that is very easy. I literally wrote a game about that called Cats and Corpses. I literally wrote a game about that. And basically, if I die, should I drop dead right now? Let's hope not. I won't have any further use for my corpse. I will have no further use. Right? I'll be dead. Either I'm in the afterlife or there is nothing, whatever the truth happens to be. In any case, I have no further use of my body. So at that point, it may as well be used for something else, anything else. So my immediate thing is like, well, at least my cat won't go hungry, at least until somebody gets in here, right? And until my friends come looking. And find that, like I haven't been answering messages and nobody's coming to the door for a while. Like I suspect it would be about, holy shit, this game, when I created Cats and Corpses, I very much did not mean for it to be a bio. I didn't mean for it to be autobiographical. But with every passing year, it becomes closer and closer to just autobiographical. But yes, if I die, feed me to my cat. Basically, she's gonna take a bite sooner or later. Anyway, as I've told the story before, she literally adopted me by biting me and deciding she liked the taste of me, and now she lives in my house. That's, again, any ladies out there, that's basically apparently what works for me. So just letting y'all know. Let's see. Sorry, I know it's a weird question. Just getting into Warhammer, and they have a thing where they infuse their dead comrade skeleton into their shields and bash them into enemies. I would love that. That's hardcore. That's dope. That's cool. I like it. But honestly, having played Warhammer myself, at specifically Rogue Trader, I always assumed that my body would just be grinded up and turned into corpse crackers anyway, and then fed to the rest of the crew. So kind of the same basic concept of just feed me to others. Let's see. Over on Twitch, Bathan, I'm pretty sure all cat lovers feel this way. Correct. And in fact, you might not be able to see this, but for everyone watching, I am in fact wearing my cat lover shirt with my the entire image of the demon Baphomet petting a kitty cat, because that is how I roll. ram me into them heretics. I mean, Himang, that is a dope ass way to go. Like that, if my friends, I do have a couple of friends that I think, yeah, I could go like, hey, go ahead and strap my remains, and then take me to Congress. Strap my remains to the outside of a shield and take me to Congress. I think you can use my body one last time to fuck up some Congress critters, I think. But yes. Thanks for the question, though. And yes, you have a feeling I like cats, Himang. You are correct. You're correct. I am a cat dad. I am a cat dad. And yeah, let me actually pull back a little more. So those. Let me see. Let me get a view. Okay. Actually, wait. I should go to the. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. There we go. So now. That is the full shirt. There we go. That is the full shirt. Fully displayed for anybody who can see on the screen. If you would like to know where you can get your own copy of the shirt, good luck. Look for it online. I'm sure. I legitimately do not remember where I bought this shirt. So, but it is one of my favorites. It is also. What is going on here? It is also. Why? Why does it do that sound every time I switch over to the screen? That is so weird. Anyway, sling my corpse into the White House. Yeah, pretty much. Load me into a trebuchet and fire me in that general direction. See, Himang, dude, usually they kind of look cringe, but this one is actually pretty well made. That looks dope. It is a good shirt. It is a good shirt. Okay, that was an actual proper redeem. Hey, Arbalist, welcome in. Welcome in. But yeah, this is one of my favorite shirts of all time. I actually really love it. But I bought it when I was about 50 pounds heavier, so it's huge. Wait, let me stand up here and look at this. The shirt just goes, well, it just goes on for it is so huge on me. This is my pajama shirt. It is ginormous. I would actually. Sorry, thought maybe I crushed something. I actually would like to find at some point. I'll have to look and see if I can find where I bought it from, because I actually need to buy a shirt in a smaller size, because it's huge on me right now. Yeah, I could fit a entire litter of kittens in them, but like I said earlier in the stream, I am in far better shape than I used to be. So there is that. Again, humble brag all stream long. All right. Anyway, thanks for the question, Himang. Now feed me. Feed my flesh to my cat. Strap my bones to the outside of a shield, and use me to ram your way into the White House. I think that is what I want for my for my corpse. See, Bathan says, damn, I just tried to use Be My Eyes on the desktop to see if I can get a description of the shirt I could ask a question about, so we'll describe stuff with people. That sucks. I mean, I'll give you the description. It has in a sort of gothic font. First of all, the color is it is all in pink and reds, in light pinks, dark pinks. It's a series of pinks mostly on a black t-shirt, and it has the word cat lover at the very top in a sort of gothic font, and then below that is a semi-realistic, sort of Japanese kawaii style drawing of Baphomet, with the goat head and the bat wings and the vibes, sort of kneeling, levitating atop a pentagram. But he is, or they are rather, holding a kitty cat in their arms, and the cat has a little speech bubble with a little heart showing that it is happy. And yeah, that's it. It's just Baphomet happily just cuddling kitty. And there is like some Japanese writing on the bottom, which I legitimately do not know what it says. I can only assume it says the guy wearing this is super cool, and not stupid gaijin, as it probably does. But there you go. There's your general description of the shirt. Freitas talk about getting your own copy on a whim a few weeks back. I tried searching for a physical copy of Gun and Slinger. I do remember that, but apparently out of stock. Yeah, it is. It's some of these games. Some of these indie games can be very hard to find, especially the physical copies. I usually have small runs. Like you might have slightly better luck looking for it at some like friendly local gaming shops, rather than like bigger sites. But even then, it can be very hard to find. So yeah, if I now that I know that you're looking for it, if I find any copies around, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. I'm not actively looking, but if I see it listed on any smaller vendors or anything, I'll send a link your way after this. It's a good game. It's a good game. I think you would enjoy it. I mean, you can still get away with the PDF version, but it's worth supporting if you can with the physical version as well. All right. Well, anyway, getting back to the actual topic at hand. Let's see. Phoenix said to the tune of feed me to my cat, strap me. Yeah, that's very rough. I can the feed me to my cat is fine, and then immediately after, I'm like, oh no, I can't keep the tune. Let me show Congress fear as you storm the. Yeah, no, I would have to. We'd have to play with that, but the sentiment is very much shared. It's very much shared, especially lately. You have no idea how much of an effort it is for me to not turn these streams into me just screaming loudly into the mic about everything going on with our current government right now. No. It is an effort. It costs me physical. I have to make a roll every time I do. You and me both. Yeah, exactly. Like it's. My God. Anyway, let's see. So, base requirement for any alloyed item is, like for a regular cobbled item, 1 each of Corpora, Mente, and Neoma Resonant AMs. After that, the type of AM required is going to depend on the effect that you want your alloyed item to have. Work with your guide to determine what familia the effect you're trying to achieve falls under. For example, an effect that launches a fiery projectile, trademark, at a target would likely be Corpora Resonant, while a hat that lets you read the thoughts of those around you would require Mente Resonant AMs. As with regular materials, the intensity, type, and number of final effects determines how many of the appropriate AMs the crafter will need for the item. Choose one or more of the following. Okay, so we did kind of have some guidelines that what we did last time. So choose one or more of the following effects and apply their indicated costs in AMs to the alloy process. If you want to give resonance on rolls, that's 3 Neoma Resonant AMs. Neoma AMs reflect the flow of guiding and resonating magic from the alloyed item to its wielder. The item must be worn or held in hand in order to apply its resonance effect. Pretty straightforward, that. You can provide a +3 dice bonus to a specified action roll as part of its effect, 1 AM. This effect will usually match the purpose that the item was assigned for. For example, an alloyed sword would likely provide a +3 dice bonus to rolls in which it is used as a weapon. You can create a numinous effect. I feel like these should be slightly bolded. So let me do this here. I bold it. There we go. Italicized, maybe. Just to make them a little bit more visually stand out for myself. All right. Then create a numinous effect. Numinous effects. These are basically just like numina. The powers of the various callings in this game are called numina. And so a numinous effect is an effect. You just dropped it, died, and it's gone forever. Yes. Oh, there it is. Stop it. Numinous effects are basically just something that effectively duplicates some of the other magic. Why Numina? It just felt right. I just like the term of it. Like Numenera did not invent the term. Numinous, that's like a real word with a real meaning. Like it means sort of strange and magical and odd, and I like the vibe of it. Because the original powers, powers in this game were called gifts, and you still start with your gift, right? As part of character creation, your gift is the gift of magic that you are given when you are born in this game, and everybody starts with a gift. But then those people who become seekers, who answer the call and receive a calling, their additional abilities that they gain from their calling are not gifts, they are noumena. So yeah, that's kind of the logic there. All right, so create numinous effect, cost is variable, see below. So level 1 effect will cost 3 AM if the correct resonance is determined before, which can grant something like +3 dice or resonance and rolls, specific actions, resolve, prevent, or heal a minor discord permanently, or temporarily resolve a major discord, or apply minor discord to a target. A level 2 effect, cost 6 AM, resonance or an entire category of actions, grant any of the level 1 effects to multiple targets at a time, prevent an enemy trick, apply 2 level 1 effects at once, and a level 3 effect, resonance and +3 dice from an entire category of action, grant any of the L2 effect, blah blah blah. So these are pretty powerful by the end of it. But okay. So this is less of duplicating specific powers and more just like these are the guidelines for what powers can do. There is a limit on, yes, there is a limit on how powerful you can make something. Like a level 3 effect is basically where it tops out of it, as an alloyed item, right? So tempered items are the ones that I want to break that limit. So with an alloyed item, your sort of max numinous effect is a level 3 effect, which costs you 9 advanced materials. And it gives you a maximum, like the stuff that it gives you is very powerful. Like for example, just resonance and +3 dice on an entire category of actions is incredibly powerful. This resonance alone basically lets you roll without risk. You might still fail, but you don't lose the dice that you risked. So that means you can basically use your entire pool of dice with very little fear. And then on top of that, an extra 3 dice. Wait, Numina to Numenor, distantly right? Quite possibly, actually. Good question. You know what? Let me look that up. I'm actually really curious. Wait. Numina definition. Yeah, so Numen. Wikipedia, Numina. Yeah, noumena is, I think, the plural of numen, N-U-M-E-N, which is a Latin term for divinity. So when something is numinous, it effectively means that it is supernatural, divine, special. But it carries a certain specific weight to it, because it's also meant to be like it infuses things. It's meant to carry a certain sense of power, dignity, majesty, a guiding spirit. Yeah, Phoenix, as you say, a numinous means something is mysterious, supernatural, or holy. For example, you might describe a cathedral as numinous. Exactly. Like that is, it's this mystery, this mysterious thing. And so I would not be surprised, Freitas, if Tolkien, Tolkien was like a language guy. So, when he called that land Numenor, I am not surprised. In fact, considering what Numenor is in the in the fiction, I have a feeling that was a very deliberate choice on his part to call it that, right? Because it feels right. Like mysterious and holy and all that. Yeah, I think so, right? Let me see. Maybe not, because this was because Numenor was a setting of men. I don't know. I'm sure he had. I mean, he's dead. We can't really ask him. But it's the kind of thing where, like, I don't think that's pure coincidence. I'm sure Tolkien had his reasons. We need a Tolkien scholar. Are any Tolkien scholars on chat? that can answer this, please let us know. Meanwhile, so but yeah, so those are the limits on this. Tolkien spoke Latin and taught. Yeah, exactly. So again, like I have a feeling that yeah, he knew what he was doing. Let's see. So that's the limit. Level 3 effects are kind of at the top. So resonance of +3 dice, or grant any of the level 2 effects, which is just resonance, or prevent enemy tricks. So tricks are basically the enemy abilities that have, so prevent multiples, apply 2 level 2 effects or 4 level 1 effects at once. But that's kind of where alloyed items top out. Are you opposed to changing the format of the tempered item creation process? Not necessarily. What did you have in mind? What did you have in mind there? I'm curious. Because right now, like, alloyed items require advanced materials. Advanced materials are gathered by dismantling existing cobbled or otherwise magical items, rather than just harvesting them from your surroundings. And then tempered items will actually use alloyed items as their source materials, is the general idea. Let's see, Phoenix says, man mapped out the travel and matched travel time to phases of the moon and made sure descriptions of travel lined up for all involved parties. Yeah, he knew what he was doing. Exactly. Like, Tolkien is the kind of guy, like, he did not make random decisions. Everything he wrote, every word is there for a reason. Sometimes the reason is just that he wanted to describe trees a lot. But there's a reason. Bathan says, start with alloyed and use the resources to power up the tempered, limiting through a stability matrix of some sort. Well, I mean, that's kind of what we've got now. So tempered items will require alloyed items as its source materials. Like, that's the idea. You've got, so again, there's the 3 levels. There's cobbled, alloyed, and tempered. Cobbled is just simple dice bonuses, and by default, they work once and break unless they have been hardened or made perpetual through additional processes. Alloyed items are the ones that then you start getting with specific effects. They can give bigger bonuses. They can be, have specific protective effects, and they require more materials in the sense that you have to use advanced materials that are harder to get. And then tempered items are built on top of alloyed items. Or require alloyed items as their source, rather. So that's kind of already the direction that I was going for, Bathan, if I'm understanding you correctly. What I'm curious about, let's see, right? So this allows for totally legendary items that would take a lot of luck and sacrifice. Yes. No, so that's kind of what I'm trying to figure out. Is because tempered items will basically use alloyed items as their base, but what I'm trying to figure out is, how do we mechanize this, right? From a crafting perspective, what does this mean in game terms, in mechanical terms? Because I already have some pretty powerful stuff for the alloyed items. Again, that whole thing with, in terms of basic mechanics, everything kind of boils down to some variation of adding dice, removing dice, granting resonance or not granting resonance. That's like the core just thing from a mechanical point of view. And we kind of racked our heads last time I did this to figure out other stuff, which is why we have like preventing enemy tricks, applying multiple lower level items. So I'm thinking at this point, tempered items are the ones that can actually duplicate specific noumena from other classes. The problem with that is that when you look at the noumena from other classes, for the most part, what they do is a dice bonus or resonance at the end of the day, right? Just like, take something like D&D, just because it's on the brain right now, right? Because I'm planning a D&D campaign. What's the difference between the bulk of just spells that just deal damage, right? It's just, at the end of the day, they all kind of do the same thing. They deal X amount of damage to one or more targets. The variations happen in, the type of damage, or the area that the spell covers, or how many targets you can have. And also, again, keep in mind that combat in this game is very different from combat in most other games. So a lot of the stuff that you would think of as classic effects from magic items are not really going to be that applicable, or the way that they would be applied just boils down to, again, just adding a couple of bonus dice to a roll, rather than doing X amount of damage or anything like that. Oh, I almost mixed Phoenix's message. The story is his friends hated going on walks with him because he would get fascinated staring at random things. Yeah, that checks out. That checks out. Like I said, sometimes the reason is just that he really liked trees, and therefore here's an entire chapter describing all the trees that our friends walk past. So let me actually step back a moment, just to kind of go. So, for example, looking at bulwarks and their powers. Like, at a basic stuff, they have resonance on a specific type of roll. They have resonance on resisting damage. They can push through, and basically an auto success on an action roll. We've got their various powers: a Strata of Strength, Stronger and Pushback. Stronger gives you +3 and resonance on a roll for feats of strength. Pushback moves enemies back, so this is a specific effect. Push himself does not inflict damage, so it's powerful enough to cause enemies aggression to walls or large objects, a minor injury. So at this point, we're just like crafting specific effects. But what can we craft that is... Let me go back to crafting. What can we craft for a tempered item that really goes further? I think a tempered item... One way you could elevate is by, instead of giving an archetypal effect, something like GM effects. Like a tempered item would give you some level of narrative control, maybe. Just based on the system that we're using. That could be an option. Let me see. Let me think. Let me give this some thought. So if we do... Okay, so what we want from tempered items is that tempered items do things that go beyond the things that an alloyed item can do. Alloyed items can give you basic bonuses or penalties. Alloyed items can defend against enemy tricks. And again, this capital T tricks because it's a specific game mechanic. Like, tricks are basically the things that an enemy can do separate from just doing damage to you. And we already have in alloyed items the ability, again, sort of like Again, just because of how combat works in this, like for example, an effect that launches a fire projectile at a target would likely be corporeal resonant. So how would that fire projectile be reflected as an alloyed item? Well, it would just basically probably be something like it would be a numinous effect. It would be a numinous effect of some kind, and depending on the level 1, for example, level 1 fiery projectile alloyed item would give +3 dice or resonance on rolls for specific actions. So, a resolve, prevent, or heal 1 minor discord injury, or apply minor discord to a target. So, a level 1 could do something like, when used in combat, +3 dice to rolls in which you use this wand of fireballs to attack the enemy. You get +3 dice on your roll, and it's effectively free. That's a nice little alloyed item, a little wand of fireball at level 1. At level 2, and you can just keep using it. Part of the fun of that, like you think, oh, that's not that bad. I mean, +3 dice is both +3 dice, right? But you can receive +3 dice on an attack with a cobbled together dagger or knife, right? So like, why does getting +3 dice with this alloyed item, why is that better? It's like, because this alloyed item, this little wand of fireballs, is built in to be permanent. You can just keep doing this. And just from a narrative point of view, sorry, let me take some water. Just from a narrative point of view, it's like, okay, it's a fireball. Like you do have some innate grasp of the difference between a fireball and a sword swing, right? Like they will have different narrative effects as well. Things might catch on fire, etc., etc. A level 2 wand of fireballs might do the same thing, +3 dice or resonance on your roll for attack, but it can do that to multiple targets. So now it's like, oh, it can hit an area, it can launch multiple projectiles, or it can do 2 level 1 effects at once. So for example, it could do a +3 dice on attack roll and apply a minor discord to a target. So now the target is more limited. On top of that, so basically like, oh, I did damage and you're on fire with a level 2 wand. And then a level 3 wand would give you like resonance and +3 dice and affect multiple targets. Or, basically that, or like, and then grant any of the level 2 effects like prevent enemy trick or applying a minor discord to multiple targets. It's basically more of that. Are there different types of damage health? Not really. Actually, you know what? This might be a decent... Hi, Katie. This might be a moment to kind of like go back and look at combat, right? Because a lot of what we're looking at here depends on how combat flows, and combat is very different in this game. Let's actually go back. Let's see, playing the game, action rolls. Oh my god. Okay, this is the flow chart. The combat. So, did I do this? Oh my god, did I actually redo my combat? Let me see. I left myself a note on November 15 of last year. We'll be revamping this system to a -3/+3 combat roll system, in which PCs take actions during combat to increase the rating of the group's overall combat stat. While enemies apply negatives to that score. Players choose when to roll the volley in combat victory. Okay, so let me see if I actually did that. Okay, yes, I did fix it. All right, so let's kind of... How far did I go? Yeah, so I have death and I have an optional rule for lethal damage. Interesting. Okay, so let's explain combat. Let's read through it. Also, just remind myself how combat works in this game. The wilds of the world can be a dangerous place. Most of the dangers come from the strange and ever-shifting landscape itself. Vast chasms that separate one area from another might require careful navigation over ancient rickety bridges, or traversing a dark swamp could involve avoiding quicksand traps and skirting around pockets of flammable gas. Even within a delve, there's strange otherworldly geometry. Hi, cat, I love you. And wild pockets of uncontrolled magic can pose a major threat to an expedition. Most of the time, these threats can be overcome or bypassed through clever navigation, sharp observation, and the efforts of a well-prepared expedition working together. But sometimes these threats take on a darker tone, wild beasts driven to madness, or even hostile inhabitants of a delve itself. Every expedition knows that violence is rarely the answer to a problem, but there may be times when it is unavoidable, and every expedition likewise knows to be prepared for those moments when blood may be spilled and the price such actions demand. Combat in Seeker's Call is relatively uncommon. The majority of situations, challenges, and threats faced by an expedition will be tests of their resolve, skills, and luck. Most delves are places of wild magic, dangerous to be sure, but not actively hostile. Generally speaking, guides are discouraged from presenting players with challenges that are solvable only or primarily through violence. That said, when a fight does break out, such moments tend to be memorable and above all consequential. When combat first starts, the players should come to an agreement on their goal in this fight, whether it's to eliminate the enemy, open a way through, evade them entirely, or another course of action. In order to achieve that goal, they will have to win the fight. In the chaos of combat, it's easy to lose track of events, so instead of a round-by-round slugfest, we resolve it in a series of volleys, capital V volleys. And then the combat roll is a special roll made to discover the resolution of a combat or conflict scene. When a combat breaks out, a combat pool of dice is created. You start with 1d6. You add an additional d6 for each character taking part in combat. Then you add up the challenge ratings for all enemies in combat and subtract that many dice from the combat pool. This cannot reduce the pool to less than 1 die. This initial pool of dice will be your combat pool. The expedition may choose to roll the combat pool at any point during combat to resolve it. If the roll is successful, then the expedition has succeeded in their goal, and if they fail, then the guide describes the consequences. Connection pool dice may not be risked in a combat roll. Instead, characters can add dice to the combat roll by making action rolls during combat. Each player should describe what their character is doing to increase the expedition's chances of being victorious in the combat, and then make an appropriate action roll. If the roll is a success, apply the effects of that roll to the character and/or enemies, and then add 1 die to the combat pool. If the action roll has multiple hits, more than one single one on the dice, add an additional dice to the combat pool for each hit after the first. Optional rule: action rolls made as part of combat have an additional condition. When failed, gain 1 injury discord. So that one, because I'm gonna need to test. I'm gonna need to do some play testing on that to see how bad that is. If failing whatever you were trying to do in combat should automatically result in an injury or not. When the expedition members all agree, because the other thing is like that enemies don't actually roll. Like this is one of those games where only the players ever really roll. So when the expedition members all agree, one of them may roll the combat pool and determine the results of the conflict as follows. If even a single die rolls 1, the expedition is considered victorious. The expedition may then choose one of 2 options. They may write the results of their action, or they can discover the results of their action. Of the they can write the results of the combat, or they can discover the results. So if they choose to discover the results of the combat, if the expedition chooses, they get to add 1 dice to their connection pool. So each player who participated in the combat gets to add 1 die to their connection pool. The action succeeds, and the guide describes the results, which may not be exactly what you intended, but will still be successful. So basically, you win combat, but with some minor consequence, or some minor gotcha. Like maybe you left something behind, or something like that. If you choose to write the result, then the players take full narrative control over the results of the action. I think I just copied and pasted the results of discover and write, but it's basically that. Like once you win combat, if they choose to discover, everybody gets a point of connection back. and then the GM describes the results of the combat and may add a wrinkle or complication. If they choose to write, then they don't get any dice back, but they can describe exactly what happens. So the GM has less of a chance to kind of screw them over. Failure. If none of the dice rolled are ones, then your action has failed in some way. The guide will narrate how the outcome of your action goes. Again, this I literally just copied the failure mechanics. I got to rewrite these to go to combat, but it still is the same basic thing. It's like your party lost. Does that mean you're all dead now? No, not necessarily. The guide gets to describe what happens next. So we'll get to that. And then enemies. For combat purposes, enemies are creatures that are actively trying to impede or harm a character in their adventure. They're defined by 4 qualities: their name, their description, their challenge, and their tricks. So the name is what the enemy is called. Description is just what the enemy looks like. The challenge is a rating on how powerful or difficult to defeat the enemy is. For most enemies have a challenge rating of 0. Particularly weak enemies have CRs of 1, 2, or higher, while more powerful... Wait, what? Most enemies have a challenge rating of 0, particularly weak enemies. No. Oh, okay, yeah. So CR can be positive or negative, right? I forgot about that. So most enemies have a CR of 0. Particularly weak enemies may have CRs of 1, 2, or higher, while more powerful enemies have negative CRs, such as -2, -3, or lower. The CR of an enemy is subtracted from the available pool of the combat. I think I wrote that wrong, because if you subtract a negative number, you're adding it. So you're giving them more dice. So this should be actually like enemy CRs of minus... Oh, what happened there? Undo. Where'd it go? Here we go. CRs of -1, -2, or higher, while more powerful enemies more powerful enemies may have negative C. Okay, Jesus Christ. Particularly weak enemies may have negative CRs of -1, -2, or lower. While more powerful enemies have CRs may... Jesus Christ, all of this goes away. More powerful enemies may have CRs of 2, 3, or higher. The CR of an enemy is subtracted from the available combat pool to defeat them. And then tricks, the unique powers, abilities, or skills that an enemy can bring to bear during combat. Most enemies have at least 1 trick. More powerful beings can have 3 or more tricks available. Sample tricks, for example, one is Fire Barrier. The enemy creates 1d6 fire barriers. Each of these barriers counts as a challenge 1 enemy for purposes of the combat roll. Barriers can be destroyed via an action roll. Failing on this roll inflicts 1 injury discord from fire damage. Optional, character suffering an injury from a fire barrier should make an action to roll to resist or suffer the burned discord, for example. Discords are basically bad things that are applying to your character at the moment. And so an example enemy that I have is the Stone Ogre. Description: the Stone Ogre is a fearsome beast that stands over 12 feet tall with rippling muscles matched only by the depth of their stupidity. Their challenge rating is 2, and they have the trick Boulder Thrower. Action rolls made during combat against the Stone Ogre suffer a -1 dice penalty due to the distraction, as the ogre constantly lobs stones and boulders at the expedition. If an action roll fails during combat against the ogre, roll 1d6. On a 6, the character suffers 1 injury discord as they are struck by a flying rock thrown by the ogre. And then I've got some sample discords for statuses like burned, shocked, and exhausted, which is stuff that, enemies might inflict on you. And I got a list of potential mechanics, flavor, effects. And so you were asking specifically about damage and health, Bathan. So injury and healing. While combat is not the only way to receive injuries, it is one of the most common. An injury is a specific type of discord that denotes physical damage to your character. So again, discords are just each Discord is its own little block, and a Discord will have a name, an effect, and a resolution. For example, the injury Discord is called Injury, the name. Its effect is that you have -1 dice on physical action rolls until it is resolved and can stack with other injuries. The resolution for an injury Discord: injuries heal naturally within a week of rest outside of a delve or a full night's rest within a delve. Only one injury will heal at a time. Characters can attempt to soak an injury by making an action roll. Any hits on that roll will reduce incoming injuries on a 1-to-1 basis. And then every character has a knockout rating. If you reach as many active injuries as your knockout rating during a combat, then you are, fittingly enough, knocked out. This may mean different things depending on the source of damage or the situation in which you were knocked out. Perhaps you take a blow to the head and fall unconscious, or fall and are helplessly pinned, or the pain of an injury renders you unable to continue. In any case, a knocked out character can no longer contribute to action or combat rolls and can take no further action this combat unless someone or something else assists them. Some gifts, noumena, or items may be able to bring a knocked out character back into combat. For most characters, your knockout rating is 3. Certain callings, gifts, noumena, or items can increase this rating, or you can increase it through character advancement. Once combat is over, a knocked out character will be able to recover and return to consciousness. Any injuries are removed and immediately replaced with a major injury Discord. So a major injury Discord, its effect is -3 dice on physical action rolls until it is resolved, can stack with other injuries. The resolution: major injuries heal naturally within a month of rest outside of a delve, or with a week's rest within a delve. Major injuries heal one at a time and cannot heal until all regular injuries have been healed first. If a character is not knocked out but still ends combat with 3 or more injuries, remove all their injuries and replace them with a major injury. Then certain gifts, noumena, or items may be able to heal injuries and major injuries. See a specific ability or item description for details. And then just a little note on death. Generally speaking, character death is up to the player. While getting knocked out or otherwise losing in combat can be frustrating, it need not necessarily be the end of your character. Both players and guides are strongly encouraged to find ways to keep the story going, even in the case where an entire group is knocked out. Who doesn't love a good prison break story, after all? However, if a player wishes, they can choose to have their character die as part of being knocked out. If they do so, the guide should encourage them to have one last moment with their character and describe those last moments. However, as some players may prefer to have a risk of lethality to their game, you may use the optional lethal damage rule below. Optional rule: lethal damage. If you use this optional rule, when you reach your knockout rating in injuries rather than getting knocked out, the injuries are immediately converted to a major injury and combat continues. If the character receives a second major injury while the first remains, they die. So, Bathan, I don't know if all that rambling kind of answered it, but basically not really. There is just one sort of type of damage / health, which is just injuries, but there can be different types of damage in terms of, for example, I do have the status of burnt, status of shocked, status of exhausted, and we can have multiple different statuses that can apply, and those are separate minor or major discords. So there can be those effects. Characters are bosses with second health bars. They kind of are, yeah. For example, the Burn Discord has the effect of -1 dice on physical action rolls until resolved. Additionally, when taking an injury, roll 1d6, and on a roll of 1, you take 2 injuries instead of 1, because now you are more vulnerable. Resolution: burns heal naturally with a week of rest outside of a delve, or full night's rest within a delve, yada yada yada. Shocked, for example, gives you a chance of getting frozen in place during an action roll. Exhausted costs you more dice when you risk it. That sort of thing. Let me see. Got it. Okay, so level 2 effects and allied items do allow for applying a discord, correct? Correct. If so, ideas for tempered is automatic major discord, shrugging off major discords, resurrection. Yes. Yes. So those are all good. Those are all good ones. In fact, let's go back to crafters and add that, because that is actually good. The callings. Crafter. Go down to tempered items. Let's just add a little note here. Tempered items can have more dramatic effects than cobbled or alloyed items, such as applying major discords to a target. Cat? What are you? And you still found it and put your claws on. Stop that. Sorry, I just. Oh my god. I have a workout mat that is rolled up behind me, and the cat loves to try and use it as a scratching tree. And then she what happened here? And then she so I have it blocked. I have it blocked so she can't get to it and put it. She literally squirmed her way under the thing that I have blocked, and she's like, God damn it, cat! Stop that! Stop that! It's not even. It's 5. Okay, it's 5 p.m. Normally you would get fed at 5 p.m., but you get fed at 6. You know that. You know that. I talked to the cat as if she understood me. Let me catch back up on chat real quick. Let's see. If we were adventurers and we needed to save a bakery, so I was willing to use more dice, I would risk it for the biscuit. Well played, Phoenix. Well played. Potential universal automatic success with a cooldown to keep it from being abused. Biscuits are important. I think the cooldown is implicit in the triggering events. Fair. Let's see, of course, is the only thing she can use to scratch. And the whole, of course, yeah, of course. No, she has so many things for her to scratch. So, of course, she insists on my exercise mat, my couch, my bed. Those are the things that she must scratch instead of the multiple dedicated surfaces that she has for scratching. She scratches those too, but cat ownership is great. Okay, so apply major discourse to a target. Again, healing or resolving major discord or multiple minor discords. Automatic success on specific actions. Are there other ways to increase connection dice? Yes. The default method is you risk and you can gain some if you succeed, and then you choose to. So by default, the default way to get more connection dice is you succeed on rolls. And if you succeed on a roll, you don't lose any of the dice you risked, and then you choose to, instead of to write the result, you choose to discover the result, which means you hand over narrative control to the guide. The guide still gives you your success. You definitely always get the thing that you were doing, but they might add a twist or something, but you do get your reward there as an extra connection die. So that's kind of just the base default way of getting them. But while I haven't written too many mechanics for that yet, there will be, especially with some of the future, the character classes that we still have to work on, there will be I want there to be mechanics that let you sort of play around with connection dice, grant connection dice, move connection dice from one person's pool to another, that sort of thing. So a tempered item being able to grant connection dice. Yes. I mean, I see no reason why not. And I guess connection dice are good in the sense that then you can use them for anything, because then they're generally useful. So that's not a bad one. Let me see here. Afraid this is scratch equals this is mine. The smells of cat dad must scratch it because then it is doubly mine. Yeah, no. I mean, I know what she does it. I know what she does it. I just wish she wouldn't. Let's see, the bond healer calling some sort of deal. Kind of a little. I mean, there's one of the callings is going to be like the diplomat. The diplomat, I want to have them be able to do that, and especially the Noma callings, like the assistants in commerce, those future callings, like commerce specifically. I think I want them to have the ability to effectively absorb enemy effects and turn them into connection dice, while assistants will have the ability to grant others connection die, or possibly sort of siphon and give connection dice from one source to another as part of their abilities. So it's not going to be a widespread ability, but it is like certain callings will be able to manipulate the connection dice pool to a point. And definitely that is something. Let me actually put that as a list. Connection dice pool manipulation. That's something we can expand, but that's a good one. Like something that only the higher level items can do. It's also a little bit esoteric, which I like. Like, well, it requires some thought on making it flavorful within the game. Like, why is that happening? But there's something there. There's definitely something there. The other thing that's there, see, cool, glad I could help understand more. Thanks for the direction. No worries. No, like I said, anytime any of the mechanics is unclear or anything, let me know, and I will read through it and go, because it also helps me to kind of like get back, since I look at so many different game mechanics on a literal daily basis. So then I get back to my own game that I'm working on. I'm like, what was I doing here? What was my mechanic? What the hell was I thinking at this point? That said, I know what I'm thinking now. I'm thinking it's once again time for ads. Yep, another hour passed. It keeps happening. Time. No, cops, don't come for me. I'm not here. I'm not. The police are here. I'm gonna go. And you tell the pigs to go fuck themselves for 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Y'all can watch some ads in the meantime. All right. I'll bear with me. I'll be right back. Swagged out, I return. All right, folks. Sorry for the necessary break, but you know how it is with the Twitch. It do be twitching. Why? Why does it always do the cursors every time I come over to the screen? I do not understand. I sincerely don't know why that happens. I'm looking at the display pad things now. There's nothing in the button. There's nothing. Let me actually double check. Maybe I'm lying. Okay, it does have two actions. One of them is to tell OBS that the game to switch to this. The other action is it hits a keyboard shortcut. The keyboard shortcut that it is hitting is Control-Shift-Alt-6. Okay, wait. Control-Shift-Alt-6 is the background removal, which is what makes it so that currently my background is transparent. I can, if I have a separate button that's Control-Shift-Alt-6, that if I hit that, my background comes back. And if I hit it again, if I hit the other one, which is Control-Alt-Shift, 6, exactly. 5 brings it back. 5 brings it back, 6 makes it go away. You'll notice I'm hitting them, and we're not getting the sound. So Control-Shift-Alt-6 is not making that sound come up. The thing that makes that sound come up, the button that does that. In fact, here, look. I need to show you all. Let me actually see. Can I share? Can I share this? I don't. Oh, maybe. Here we go. Basecamp.
Yes, you all.
What? Oh no, that was okay. That was just Phoenix actually testing. Okay, good. Just double checking. So see, this is my little. This that you're looking at on my screen is my little display pad thing, right? So if I go here, and I go like in the scenes is where my little scene collection is. So start, intro, overhead, game. So game is the one that we're in now. And if I click on that, boop, you see it's got a multi-action, contains 2 actions. The one is OBS game, basically just tells OBS to change to the game scene. And the other one just runs Control-Shift-Alt-6. And Control-Shift-Alt-6, I do have one here, which is basically this background removal, these 2 buttons. Again, if I hit the background, this one, the background return, background comes back, and that one is Control-Shift-Alt-5, Control-Shift-Alt-6, makes it go away. Nice, handy, useful, very cool, great. Why doing that, neither one of those triggers the curse audio to pop back up. So why? And then when the curses is triggered manually, that's this little skeleton button here. If I hit that, that happens. It goes, and then it goes away. And it doesn't close the curses audio afterwards. Okay, so I did find a problem. Wait, let's click it. So that's Control-Shift-Alt-7. Control-Shift-Alt-7 is what is getting triggered here. Okay. And that is probably being defined over on StreamerBot. Right? Actions. So if I go here, and now I'm just being a professional. I'm being so professional right now. We're fixing it live. Because it's enough. Okay, there's my little StreamerBot window. I'm sure you're all loving this. And I have some actions. So curses pop up. Okay, so it gets triggered by Control-Alt-Shift-7 or a reward redemption. Cool. So here's where something's breaking. But it's supposed to hide everything. So basically, it makes it visible on all the scenes where it's supposed to be. Game. Oh, wait. Intro game. Okay, the curses pop up. Should be in 3 places. Here we go. Game curses pop up. It's getting hidden. Okay, I think I found it. That's why it's not getting. It's supposed to be curses. Audio gets hidden. Okay, so if I fix that. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. If I do. Nope, that's. You come back here. So now, if I go back to Basecamp, right? now when that Control-Shift-Alt-7 gets triggered,
Curse you all!
and then it goes away. Okay, and then Curse's audio gets hidden properly. So now if I go to the scene switcher and I switch to the intro scene, everything's fine. Then if I switch back to the game scene, having seen that Curse's audio was off, I don't get it. Yeah, that's it. I fixed it. I don't know why exactly that fixed it, but that fixed it. Cool. There we go. Okay, it's still triggered over here for some reason. Now in this one, I think I can do the manual. Let me see.
Curse you all!
And then it goes away, but it doesn't hide it on this. Why doesn't it? Okay, I think I know what's happening here. Okay, let's go back here. Let's go back. Okay, I think I know what's happening. So now back to Stream Elements, the Streamer Bot. Let's see here. Here you go, Streamer Bot. Okay, I think I see what happened. So basically, game overhead. So Curse's audio hitting, and then there is a missing. Aha. Okay, I don't have a second overhead one. There's supposed to be overhead Curses. So which one is being doubled? Curses pop up, game. Okay, here we go. So one of this. So this one can be changed. You're actually supposed to be in overhead. Okay, there we go. So now intro pop-up, game pop-up, overhead pop-up, intro audio, game audio, overhead audio. Cool, there we go. Now that's working. So now if I switch over to overhead and then I trigger that,
Curse you all!
and then it hides correctly. There we go. There we go. We fixed it. We fixed it. Done. And then we go back to game and we actually reselect our obsidian and we go back to what we were actually doing. Sorry about that, folks. It was bugging me. It was bugging me and now I realized why it was broken. Let's see here. Dude, I'm learning some stuff. It took me a week to figure out there was a chat, much less to get to the chat and to realize some streams have chat only for subs. Yeah, and then as Phoenix, a chat just for DOMs. That is called mod only chat. I believe it's also is a setting that I can put, but I would have to also just higher tier chats. Like you can actually make it so only like tier 2 or tier 3 subs can chat if you really want to. It is in fact possible. It is in fact possible. Now I want to become a Stream Elements programmer. But Stream Elements is its own separate thing, though. Stream Elements, like there are so many things that I'm using. I'm using Streamer Bot. I'm using this sort of janky third party, not a Stream Deck, which is from Elgato, which is a whole separate company. And then I actually technically have Sammy up. Sammy is a separate SAMMI. It's a whole separate thing that can also do a lot more programming and whatnot. And I actually used to have some stuff on it. I think that Sammy is what was handling before my the dice rolls that I had that would roll on screen. But all of that broke and I haven't properly fixed it yet. So right now, all of the stuff is just in StreamerBot. And wait, I was serious. Yes, no, exactly. It is. I'm Bathan. That is in fact true. It is possible. There are. I don't know if I have on my account. I don't know if that's something you have to activate or if it's just available. But there are like subscription tiers you can have. So you can have like the base or like whatever it is these days, $5.99 subscription. But then you can have like basically like a $10 and a $15 subscriptions. I think you can like even set the prices if you really want to. And they don't bring anything extra by default. They're very much just like you as a streamer decide. So I could, for example, have a tier 2 subscription and you get access to my Discord or something like that. And then tier 3, you know, I don't know, you get free mod powers or whatever. But like, yeah, there are multiple paid levels for those that want them. I clearly I don't use that stuff very much because there's like 8 people on this stream at any given point. Like on a good day, on a really good day, I get like 10, out of which like 2 of you are chatting, which is great, by the way. Not a complaint, not a complaint. Having those 8 lurkers in the background makes me happy. Again, please don't take this to be a complaint, but also like at the size that I'm at, there's I'm not segregating y'all into tiers. Also, nobody's willing to pay $15 a month for whatever is happening here. Yeah, asking for your Discord sounds dirty now. Well, thanks, Phoenix. So I mean, that's the thing. I do have a Discord for Uncivilized Games, but right now it is specifically sort of for people that are in my games. Like they have dedicated channels for people. Like my weekly D&D game has a dedicated channel, and the games that I run on SPG. Which good time to promo the fact that I run games online for anybody who's new on chat, who's been lurking and wondering what the hell's going on. Hey, I run games for people online in exchange for money, and that link that I just put on chat will take you to where I am advertising my current games. But anyway, the point is that when you sign up for one of those games, you get sent a link to the Discord, and then on that Discord, there's a little bot that you tell it what game you're in by clicking on a little icon and a little emoji icon, and then it auto assigns you, gives you the correct role, and auto assigns you into your channel. I was eyeballing the Tuesday game, but I got to look at the budget. Yeah. Like I said, it is what it is. I'm currently doing the $30 an hour. I might lower it back down to 25, but honestly, like for the effort that I'm trying to put in, like 30 it feels like right. That said, yeah, I may lower it to 25, but also the site takes a cut, so there's only so much I'm willing to lower it for. But that said, if you're interested in one of those games, let me know, especially if you can get more players, because they do need at least a minimum to kick off. I actually had before, for one of the games that I had one person that signed up for one of my Chronicles of Darkness games, and then 2 weeks later, nobody else has still signed up, so the person went hey, sorry, but I found something else. And it's like, yeah, no hard feelings. Please don't hold yourself to that. But it is part of the problem. It's like you got to meet a minimum requirement. So if you have people who are also interested, if you can bamboozle some friends. Also, on that page there is a form for requesting custom games. So same thing, if you have especially if you have friends, if you have a group already, or if you know people, it's like, hey, I can get you a really good GM, then you can request it, and there at that point we could do a bi-weekly or whatever works for the group, right? That can very much be negotiated. For example, a D&D game currently, that's a bi-weekly one. So that said, if the problem with any of those games is that you can't do a weekly game because it just adds up to too much, again, let's talk. The only problem is that I do need to kind of hit a minimum threshold of players before it's really sort of cost effective to do them, right? Let's see, Phoenix, you're looking at the Friday game, considering. Yeah, again, you're all welcome. I would love to, I know all you folks, I would love to have you in any of my games, but also, I get it, money is money. There's a reason I'm not signed up for too many of these games, because I'm broke as fuck right now. So I get it. Don't worry, it's absolutely zero pressure. But also, feel free to spread that. If you've got friends, if you got anybody I know, friends, what are these things? You already told anyone you know, 30 minutes. I get it. Look, you people here in chat, you people. Y'all in chat are basic. It's me and then the Fandible folks, and that's it. And then just chat and the occasional Twitch person. So I know what it is to basically not know anybody. My entire circle of friends / acquaintances can literally be counted off on the fingers on both my hands. I get it. Again, zero pressure, zero anything, zero expectations. But that said, yeah, feel free to tell people I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. So, and also I appreciate you telling people just in general. All right, so let me check something real quick. What's this going? There's still a while to go. Oh wow, there's still another full hour. I'm printing. You can. This. I don't actually. This probably doesn't show here on. Yeah, you can barely. Let me see. Can I? Is it going to focus? Yeah, you can just barely see. Oh, never mind. It's trying to hide it away. Anyway, I'm currently printing out some monsters for that Sunday game, and there's still an hour of printing left. It's been printing for 4 hours and 13 minutes, and there's still 1 more hour. Hey, Bobicus, you're here now. Well, good. And not denying, I'm not going to beat the fool allegations. You were correct. You're correct. Not beating the fool allegations on my end. Welcome in, first time chatter, Bobicus. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. I am, as ever, rambling semi-coherently. In theory, I am working on my own game here, my little unique game called Seeker's Call, but also just in general, kind of, babbling. So that's me. Welcome into the chat. Welcome into the stream, friend. Neat. I made one once that was too board gamey. Yeah, that's sort of like an easy trap to fall into, and honestly, not the worst. Like certain games, if in the end, if you ended up making a board game, that's not the worst, right? Board games are cool. I like board games, like social that's a hard one. You chose a tall mountain to start climbing on. Social mechanics are always tricky because it's one of those things where like you want to be able, like, it's really hard to not go too far in one direction or another, either to go fully mechanized, and it's like it doesn't really matter what the role play around it is, it's just all down to the dice and the skills on the character sheet, or going too far the other direction and it's like, well, no, you're just it depends on the player. If the player's a good actor and is convincing, then that's all it takes. And it can be really hard to find that balance, because especially if you've got players at your table that some of them are more naturally gregarious and outgoing and eager to roleplay, and they'll stand up and they'll make an impassioned speech, and other players are just, for whatever reason, they're going to be a little more shy, a little bit more quiet. They're not going to be able to role play that out specifically. But you don't necessarily want to punish them for that, right? But their character should still be able to, like, convince the council to not execute them or whatever, even if the player is a little bit more shy, more calm, or is simply not as eloquent as their character. We are playing, you know what? I also cannot cast Fireball, turns out. Trust me, I've tried, but my character can't, right? So my character should be able to do stuff that I can't. But then you don't also, at the same time, if somebody does put in that effort and does put in that social role-playing aspect, how do you properly reward that? So yeah, it is tricky to do. That said, you called it Cozy Witches working. Ooh, I like the title alone. Cozy Witches sounds like a nice little. I mean, again, it could just be a cute little sort of board game kind of thing rather than a full tabletop RPG, depending on how your mechanics are. Nothing wrong with that. Nathan, come on, that's easy. Just requires a lighter and Everclear. I mean, yeah, it works. See, I reward for approach, for using the target's interests, mindset, morals, goals, etc. Yeah. So, like I said, it can be complicated. But it's worth doing. It's just not the easiest mechanic to do. You'll notice right now in my game, there's barely, if any, actual social mechanics there. They're more like implied right now in the game that I'm working on. It's just action rolls are just generally action rolls. And it's a little bit more wishy-washy in mine. But also, that's another thing, is like specifically in my game, I made a point that there is no mind control. There's no mind control powers, and magic and powers in general are very limited in their ability to influence the minds and opinions and thoughts of others. So I am kind of purposefully avoiding some of that, at least on the power side. You'll still be able to like roll to convince someone, but it's going to be more based on how this game works. It's going to be more like, does my character have the right set of aptitudes to give me a better chance on this roll? And I haven't written anything down in terms of like rewarding role play. So I do think Phoenix, like that's implied stuff like using the target's interest, mindset, morals, and goals and stuff. That is kind of implied in the system, in the sense that those are basically situational modifiers, right? So it's like, okay, I want to convince this guy, and I want to give him a speech about blah blah blah, whatever I'm giving a speech about. And since we've already met him and we know these things about him, I'm going to appeal to his sense of justice, or I'm going to, threaten his daughter, or whatever, So something, use whatever leverage I have in this sense or that sense, and that stuff will basically come in as a situational modifier to your role. Is kind of how it would be handled in this system. Let me see, Bobicus. So my strategy was to mechanize, maintain the relationships you would have in a small town instead of the second-to-second interactions, but it made everything too high level, and bringing the game back down to second-to-second interactions in roleplay was something I never figured out how to do. Yeah, So the game that I originally worked on before this one, Secret's Call, the game that was the basis for this one, was one called Hometown Magic. And in Hometown Magic, you were playing kids who are just discovering their magical gifts and stuff. And technically, this game is set in that same world. And the mechanic that I had in that game, there was this mechanic called Connection. I also have Connection in this game, but in this game, it takes a very different sense. But in that game, there was a connection mechanic in which your character would establish connection with other. No, it wasn't just social. It was with anything. So you would establish connections with other characters, with NPCs, and you could also establish connections with the land around you, the buildings, the places. You can even establish connections to certain events and stuff. And these connections were, they were mechanically sort of a magical connection that would allow you to then use your gift upon those people and things and places that you have this connection to, but also there was a social element to them. The reason I stopped doing that for this game is because for that game in specific, the setting of that game was your kids living in your little hometown, in your little village. So there is a limitation. You're not out there in the world adventuring, meeting new people, going to different towns and everything. It's all the people in your town, the friends that you already have, the family you have, your neighbors. And yeah, there might be threats and stuff. But in general, like, connection management is to these things that you already have. And even then, it ended up being a little awkward. Like, I wasn't entirely happy with how that mechanic went. And I think it feels a little bit like what you're describing there. That, like, yeah. I mean, because you end up turning it into effectively sort of like dating game or otome game mechanics, right? Where you're just tracking a level of affection / connection / friendship or whatever with the different NPCs, and then you're just doing sort of so like, oh, it feeds into that whole thought of like, I'm going to just fill you up full of presents until the thing that I want falls out, right? And it's just not really like. Again, it's hard. It is hard to do a social mechanic thing properly. The followed karma mechanic, yeah, something like that. And it's like, and if again, for in a video game, look, I get it. Video games there's a certain limitation, right? It's still just a video game. At the end of the day, they gotta be able to track a number and and have in-game actions affect that. That's just how it's got to be in a video game. But in a tabletop RPG, you have to sort of take into account the human element and the fact that it is being run, especially if the game has a GM, but even with a GM-less game, these are human players, and the decisions are not being made by a machine; they are being made by human players. So you need to be able to sort of take that human element into account a little more. And just go like, sometimes certain things just make sense. Sometimes some people will just not give you what you want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how well you. It doesn't matter how charismatic you are. It doesn't matter what you use, what leverage you have on them. Some people will just simply not give you what you want, and some people will always give you what you want because it's not about you. It's about them. Right? Certain things, certain situations will just have to be judged on their own. Not everybody works the same way, but it's tricky. It's tricky to kind of keep track of all that. Let's see. Basically, I had 3 stats that the game tracked: self-care, magical obligations, and then each individual connection. Basically, you would have a token move down a track, and you roll dice to move the token back up the track and avoid disaster. I mean, I see what you mean about it feeling board gamey. And honestly, that's not bad for a board game. Like, you could still make that into that could still evolve into kind of a little board game with Cozy Witches. Like, I would play that like a little board game, just like a little card game maybe called Cozy Witches. You've got a little token, a little tracker, and maybe you've got like a deck of cards with different things that you can do that will help you bump up your self-care or the self-care of others, help out. You've got magical obligations. Certain cards can help you sort of pay those off. I think you've got something there, Bobicus. I think you've got something there. Might not be an RPG, but like, it wouldn't be the worst like little sort of board or card game. Like, there's something there. I don't hate it. See, Bathan says, I give all my NPCs 2 variable values to start: misanthropy and need for what the PCs have. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad, actually. That's not bad at all. Like, you still need some level of, like... That's the thing. Like, I instinctively, for tabletop RPG, I instinctively rebel against the idea that you can mechanically somehow control the actions of an NPC. I feel, like in terms of like dice, like rolling for it, I'm used to it. I played dozens, if not hundreds, of games where that's just a basic mechanic. Hey, I'm going to try and convince this guard to let us through. Cool. What are you doing to convince them? Oh, I'm doing this, this, and this. Cool. Roll it. You roll, you succeed, cool, the guard lets you through, you fail, roll for initiative or whatever, overly simplifying, of course. But I'm used to that. That's fine, I guess. But I never quite feels right to me. Like, I'm more like kind of like what Bathan said there, where like, but I don't give it as values. I just, it's more like just specific things. Like, know what your NPC wants. So your NPC is going to have an X amount of, it's going to have X motivation. It's going to have X, Y reason. And so it's like, I am a guard. My motivation is do not let anybody who's not authorized go through here. And like, think of it in real life. Think of it in real life, right? Like, what do you think your chances are, no matter how charismatic, how good at the yap you are, just walking into a random secured building and talk to the security guard, and you don't have an ID, you don't have your whatever, and somehow managing to talk them into letting you inside? Like, that doesn't really happen. That said, if you come in with a good fake ID, if you have a really good story and you've done the work and you know, for example, like social engineering is a thing. All right. I, for example, just as a quick example here, when I worked in IT in New York City, I had a little, a little laminated badge showing that I was an IT guy, and the company that I worked for. That is basically a key to the city. It won't work everywhere, but a lot of otherwise secure buildings, if you just show up to the sort of the side entrance, the employee entrance, and you just tell them, hey, I'm going to floor 7, the server's down, they'll just go like, all right, cool, go in. Like some of them, you got to know your building. Some of them will call up to see if something's being expected. So maybe servers down, not a thing. But even then, you can kind of go like, yeah, I hear they're having email issues. So I was called in to check out, and they might still call like, hey, you guys having email issues? And sometimes they'll go like, actually, yeah. All right, cool. So an IT guy's coming up and they don't know. They're like, oh yeah, sure, let him up. Like, yeah, exactly. The things a clipboard and an official looking ID can do. So exactly, I have a clipboard and a determined expression. I'm getting in. Exactly, you're all correct. But that said, yeah, let me actually catch up on chat real quick. Let me catch up on chat. Yeah, I mean it worked. My idea was basically to make managing your connections as crunchy as fighting a battle in D&D. Yeah, like that can definitely work, but it can also like slow things down because like, do you really necessarily want that, right? Like. In a like D&D, I mean, again, that's going to be a value judgment. I personally am not the biggest fan of D&D combat. Like and the crunch, and I think it slows the game down. Combat in D&D could go a lot smoother. So I don't know if I would want to have that level of friction for also the social ones. But at the same time, I can kind of see. So there was a system with I'm thinking World of Darkness, Chronicles of Darkness, New World of Darkness, when they introduced the sort of the doors mechanic for social sort of social combat, if you will. And, and basically, like, it made it so complicated. I knew almost nobody who wanted to engage with the social combat and doors mechanics in World of Darkness. And it was kind of like that thing. It was like it brought social interaction and mechanics to a similar level of complexity as you had with the combat in that game. It was social combat. And at least in my experience, most players bounced real hard off of that. I don't think I met a single person who liked that. Even if they liked, which I felt, I met very few people who liked combat in World of Darkness in general anyway. World of Darkness combat is not its best feature. So then on top of that, like, adding that level of complexity to the social mechanics, like in my experience, and maybe other gaming groups enjoyed it, and maybe there's a huge amount of love for the doors mechanic, but my experience has been that people don't particularly. See, there we go. So somebody oh, no, Bathan, you're talking about combat. Yeah, no, combat in World of Darkness, yeah, especially like, it was, combat was not what World of Darkness is about, right? There was no real like consideration for balance in World of Darkness. Yeah, but World of Darkness had its issues. I still love it, but yes. Anyway, let me catch up on chat yet again. See how you divided up your dice for each category, sort of represented how much time you were devoting to each category each day. Like, that's some good mechanics. It's not the worst. Let's see, Bathan, I'm not against it, but I do tend to encourage the PC to actually put the effort in. Apparently have a tendency to create puzzles the same way, which just annoys some players who make meathead characters, because then I ask them, how is your turn just for character knowing physics? Yeah, it's one of those things, like the in-game, out-of-game knowledge. Again, puzzles is another one of those things that can be tricky to do, because it's like, wait, but my character might know how to solve this puzzle, versus like the player has no idea. And sometimes like some GMs will do stuff like basically make it so that this isn't really a puzzle for the characters, it's a puzzle for the players. And again, in a game where you are playing a character who has different capabilities than you, the player, where do you draw that line between what the player can do and what the character can do? Because it can be tricky. It can be tricky. It's like, what if a player is just average intelligence, but they're playing somebody with super high intelligence, and how do you necessarily role play someone who is smarter than you are? And so at some point you're just gonna have to go like, look, my character should be smart enough to know that. Let me roll, right? So yeah, it's one of those long time discussions with tabletop RPG design that it's just always tricky. Let me see here. Anyway, Bathan, not against the NPC dice roll control method. Yeah, no, I mean, yes. Again, when dealing with NPCs, at the end of the day, sometimes you also have to think about in terms of like, look, man, sometimes it's just a game, and you got to kind of put aside a little bit of that whole just put aside the realism of it and go like, yeah, look, man, if you roll well enough, the guard lets you in. That's just, we're playing a game, right? So you don't necessarily want to like, okay, convincing this guard to let us into the building is just going to be the next hour of role play or the next hour of gameplay. But sometimes you do. Sometimes that's literally the thing. In fact, that's probably one of the games I'm going to be looking at some point in the future. Stealing Stories for the Devil, also from Monty Cook. Again, I've got so many boxes of Monty Cook games, and that's one that I want to look at because it's got some interesting like social stuff as well. Because it's basically supernatural heists, and I think that's going to be fun to explore as well and see how they handled it there. Let me see. I do the intellectual puzzles mostly when combat has been most of the focus recently, to take the focus off the meathead character. As to the high intelligence character versus average intelligence player, I tend to allow for a very liberal interpretation of what they are telling me, maybe even slightly misunderstanding what they mean and leading them. Yeah, exactly. No, that's a good approach. That's a good approach. Honestly, it basically. A lot of that tends to fall just on the GM or the storyteller themselves. Like, understands, like, okay, this guy, his character is actually really smart, so let me remember that, so that, like, tell the player, like, hey, by the way, your character would know X, or would notice X, or would think about this as X, or is able to perceive this. And when it becomes tricky there is because the sort of the onus on that falls on the GM/storyteller to sort of keep track of that and do that. I don't hate that, but it is something extra for the GM to kind of, it falls on the GM to make that work. Because from a player standpoint, like, how do you play somebody smarter than you, other than just constantly go like, hey GM, would my character know? And honestly, that's basically it. That's what it boils down to. It's like, if I'm playing a character who is smarter, faster, more capable, more perceptive, whatever, than I am, which is going to be most characters, because I'm just a dude and I tend to play heroes or super powerful characters and wizards and stuff. It turns out I can't cast Fireball in real life, as I've mentioned before. I'm very disappointed about that. I would like my money back. So yeah, on the player side, it's also on you to sort of like focus on that and go like, okay, I can't see what this is, but my character has an intelligence of, super high. GM, give me something here. Right, and we actually had that happen, I think, in some of the games for the podcast. By the way, for anybody new on the chat, I am part of a very long-running actual play podcast called Fandible, which I just linked on chat. But on the podcast, for I think some of the Technocracy games, I think we've had moments like that where it's like, technically my character is brilliant. I, as the player, have no idea what I can do in this scene or this situation, but I am a highly trained technocratic. I am playing highly trained technocratic agency. I don't know. I, the player, don't know what the correct course of action is in this particular situation, but my character would have been trained and prepared for this. Yes, GM? And the GM goes like, yeah, actually you would. Cool. So my character does the thing that he was trained to do in that case, and go from there. So it's basically that. It's like keep in mind what your character is capable of and then, ask for it. Don't just assume that your character only knows or perceives or understands what you as the player know, perceive, or understand. Your character most likely knows, perceives, and understands more than you do. So you can also like push for that. It's like, hey, my character would probably know what this is. GM, can you explain like I'm 5, basically. And go from there. All right. So let's see. Where did we leave off? On the actual game? So we saw what combat is. We saw where was the last thing we were working on before I went on all of the tangents ever forever. Let's see. So we looked at combat, we looked at how damage is handled in the game, and that gave us a general idea on some of the power levels and tempered items. So we have creating tempered items. Tempered items require alloyed items as source materials. Tempered items can have more dramatic effects than cobbled or alloyed items, such as applying major discords to a target, healing or resolving major discord, or multiple minor discords. And by the way, sorry, Bobicus or anyone else on chat who may not have been here earlier, if any of the terms that I bring up as I'm discussing the game are unclear, please don't hesitate to ask about them on chat, and I will gladly take a little sidebar and explain what they are. But otherwise, I'm just going to kind of keep going as normal. Let's see here. You got to get going, though? No worries, Bathan. No worries. Thanks so much for hanging out. I appreciate everything. You actually gave me some really good ideas on tempering. And honestly, I was actually thinking of swapping out from the crafter and starting to look at some of the other classes anyway. Because I feel like this is a start for tempering, and I want to let it simmer a little. But yeah, no, thanks for hanging out, Bathan. Hopefully we'll see you again on a future stream. Just a quick heads up before you go. Probably no more streams until next Tuesday, because again, tomorrow Saturday is Fandible recording day. Sunday, I'm running my D&D game, and then Mondays, I usually just take them off. We'll see. Keep an eye on my socials, as ever. Again, great to see you. Great to have you hanging out. Have yourself an absolutely awesome evening or morning or whatever time zone it may be where you are. All right, so let's see here. So if I kind of stop here at... Oh, looks like my Obsidian wants an update of some kind. Let me check here, the plugins. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and update those plugins real quick. All right, there we go. Yeah. Let's see here. So, oh yeah, we had started working on Animalist last time. What did I do? Oh, not much. Not much. Okay. Well, we have a start for the Animalist. What do I want to do with the Animalists? So the idea with Animalists is that they're basically the pet class. And they're going to start with 1. And they're going to be able... So what I'm thinking with Animalists is that they're basically... Everything they do is based around the animals and creatures that they are magically bonded to. So animalists apply resonance to all rolls to influence or convince an animal or creature that they are communicating with, no matter the result of the roll. No animal can be convinced to sacrifice or otherwise harm itself against its will. Animalists have special animal companions known as familiars with which they share a magical bond that allows for long-distance communication and, when within a delve, even more esoteric abilities. And then I have a set of categories. Cat, kitty. For example, this little kitty here. Hey, sweetheart. Oh, no, come on, calm down. Calm down, sweetie. There we go. This little kitty here that is on camera right now is my familiar. The bonuses that she gives me are honestly fairly limited. It's mostly negatives, if I'm completely honest with you. But I do love her dearly. Even though her main effect is is causing me damage, mental, emotional, and physical. I am not a good animalist player. But we do have we do have categories, and so the idea that I think what I want to do with animalists is there's two paths of advancement that they're going to have, right? You start as an animalist with one, maybe two familiars. Okay, let's oof. This is the kind of thing where I wish I had a way. I wish it was a little bit taller. I wish it was a baller. I wish. Is there any way for me to display my iPad screen on my computer? To PC. Is there a way to do that? A-Power mirrors, and it's going to be 10 minutes. AirPlay screen mirroring receiver. Ooh, AirPlay screen mirroring receiver from the Windows Store. Let me see. Is that a thing? AirPlay screen mirroring receiver. Yeah. Oh, I actually have it installed. Wait, does this work? Okay, and then if I try and do this... can I share my screen out to NZXT streamer? Does that actually work? Hey, that does work. Okay, and then all right, let me get Let me get this. Give me a second. Yeah. Okay. Now that I know that this works. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait a minute. This is cool. This is gonna be good. Let's open up Notability and let's change out. Let's share that out. Where is it? Are you here? Can I see you? Ah, there you are. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, wow. Well, that's my handwriting. As you can see, it fucking sucks. All right. So that's actually, but that's kind of what I want. Okay, cool. Let's but also that means now I can't see chat because I was using my iPad as chat. So let me actually have on my screen open a view of chat. Here we go. Okay, so now I haven't lost. All right, cool. So let me actually open up a brand new note. There we go. Is there any way to have this be a little bit... Really? This interface? You don't... Is there not a better interface? All right, whatever. That works. Yes. Okay, cool. That does work. All right. Well, let's undo that. So we've got... I don't care. Stop that. We've got two paths. So we've got the animalist. Animalist. Oh my god. I need some more support. Let me delete that because okay, there we go. This is gonna be better. Oh nope. Boop. Okay, there we go. So animalist. And then you can go into, there's two directions in which you can expand. You can either get plus pets, or you can pet plus, basically. Which is like you add more familiars. Add more familiars. This is not helping. This is worse. Why am I doing this? Or add ability to existing familiar. Now you see why I type normally, because my handwriting makes doctors blush. But that's the idea. So when you advance as an animalist, you start. So basically, each pet will have. So let's do like something like dog. Jesus Christ, Dan, really? No, delete. There we go. Erase. Okay, so dog. And then dog at level 1 has one ability called bite. So then you have the ability, you have the choice. You can now either add the howl. That's not how you write howl. That's just marks on a screen. Howl ability to the dog, or you can buy the cat pet, which has the purr ability. And then next advance, you could buy howl for the dog, or you could give cat the scratch ability, for example, right? Or you can then buy the parrot familiar, who comes with the mimic ability, for example, and so forth and so on, right? So that's the base idea of kind of what I'm trying to do with the animalist. I think that's how I want it to go. But also I think I want a third option, which is capital E P E T. I'm gonna put, because this is basically pet buffs. So I think there should be a line of animalist abilities that allow you to that allow you to buff your pet, but also that allow your pet to buff you, maybe. We already have something like that with the conflux, where the elements that you are tied to and connected to will give you certain buffs. So maybe we have something like well, you know, we've got dog, cat, and parrot here, right? So dog, cat, and parrot, so they have their own individual pet abilities, right? But in addition to that, they'll have some kind of passive buff. And maybe you can only receive one of those passive buffs at a time. That might be a decent option. Maybe you receive, like, you know, whichever one of those pets. Like, there's like basically some mechanic where certain pets are effectively kind of benched, but the benched ones give you a passive buff, while the non-benched ones
have active abilities that they can use. And then you as an animalist basically as an animalist, then you have that, and you have the ability to sort of like encourage or buff your pet on their actions as well. So the pets that are not currently on bench and are being actively used, there will be a way for you as an animalist to maybe spend connection dice, for example, and give them a bonus to their ability. But also, do we necessarily want the pets to be making their own rolls, or do we want effectively the pet rolls to just effectively be an animalist roll? In which case, then there's not that much difference from just if the animal is effectively the one that's rolling, then they're just risking their own dice anyway on rolls. No, but you can still have an ability where it would be like, when your dog, when your pet uses like some kind of ability, like say for example, let's call it goad, or something like that. And basically, if your familiar is doing an attack action, then they receive a plus X bonus to that attack action roll when you use this ability, that sort of thing. And there is a cost to it. Connection dice cost, which is kind of what we have with the other powers. Yeah, that's got possibilities. That works. What doesn't work, it turns out, is capitalism. Capitalism is a mistake, it's a problem, and it leads to such terrible things as hourly ads, which I, for one, hate, and I know all of you in chat hate as well. All my homies hate ads, and yet, unfortunately, we are beholden to them because of capitalism. You know how to make them go away. You can throw money at me, and the ads go away. But even when the ads go away, I still also go away. I take these ad breaks to stretch my legs and get fresh water. So in any case, look, we'll be back in 3 minutes. If you can just go ahead and dismantle capitalism before I come back, that would be dope. But if not, I get it. 3 minutes it's a lot to ask. It's a lot to ask. In any case, we'll be right back. And we're back. Sorry about the delay, but it was time to feed the cat. So I had to do that first before I could come back. Else we would have been just absolutely murdered by a cat before the stream was over. Anyway, we're back. Welcome back to the very last hour of today's stream. As usual, stream for about 4 hours, and this happens to be the beginning of hour number 4. So after this hour, we will be all done. I'm sorry about that. But until then, all right, let's get back to it. So, opinions, chat. How does this sound as a sort of core base approach, really, to what we've got going on here, right? Does this sound like the kind of class that you would not hate to play? Is it too complex? Is it not complex enough? Because in theory, you could end up having to keep track of like half a dozen pets, right? Pokemon Trainer the class. It kind of is. That's kind of what we're going for here. Like, that's what an animalist is. That's what your magic is focused on. Like, you're focused on bonding with these familiars, and through that bond, the familiars gain powers, and so do you. It's also a lot of work to find, but then again, I went through something similar with the Conflux. The Conflux is a lot, but right, I think it does work. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Phoenix. I think it does. I think this is a solid start. All right, so let's put this into words. Let's see if we can put this into words. So we go back to Obsidian here. Let's see what we can do about this. So, Animalist is special animal companions known as familiars, which they share a magical bond that allows for long distance communication and with themselves. See familiars. I'm going to close this up. No need. Familiars are going to be right here. And then the other thing I have, of course, is so it's going to be rather than individual familiars, because I don't want to have just a specific like stat set or power set specifically for dogs or cats or parrots, whatever, right? So it's more like classes. So a predator pet, a bird pet, a mount pet, a tank pet, an aquatic pet, an insect pet. I don't know if I'm going to want to have like more categories here. Probably. But these are sort of the core categories that we have now. And the idea is that each one will have sort of 3 levels of... 3 is kind of like the number that we work with for most of our sort of power sets and such here. Oh, let me refresh here. Sorry, just bear with me a second. There we go. Just had to refresh something. Where's any summoner knows what they're getting? Yeah, true. As a summoner / pet class player, yes, it's a lot of management. So let's put into words here. Let's try and give this a little bit of flavor, kind of like what I did with the Conflux. Let's give it some flavor. So we've got the first branch in power sets is the pets, or the animalist sort of pet buff abilities, the empowerments. Let's try and write this down. And animalists, magic, an animalist's magic works in 2 ways. The first is I kind of want to avoid terms like taming or mastering or controlling. First is bonding. Let's do bonding for now. First is bonding, which allows them to invest connection into animals and into animals and I was gonna say make them familiars, but it's not make them familiars, it's more and empower them to become familiars. I'm actually going to take this out. Familiars. Gain a magical bond that allows for long distance communication with the animalist, and when within a delve, even more esoteric abilities. So one thing that is easy to forget, but is that your characters in this game, again, you are very much tied to delves. Delves are the locations. You could think of them as dungeons, but they're just locations. They're magical locations throughout the world in which the connection between magic and the real world is sort of thin. That magic sort of seeps into the world and it turns these locations into something strange, something beautiful, something magical, something terrifying. And it can be, they're basically, think of it almost like pocket dimensions, but they do kind of spill into the quote-unquote real world around them and have an effect on the area around them. And so in this game, many of these delves have become what is known as a discordant delve, which means that they are out of balance. The magic within them is somehow wrong or broken or damaged. And seekers are those who answer the call to try and heal these discordant delves. Therefore, everything they have, all their gifts, their noumena, their magic, the things, the callings that they have, are all revolving around that call that they have answered from the delves. Therefore, their powers are intimately tied to the delves themselves. That reflects in the fact that while they still have some level of access to their powers outside of a delve, they still have some basic abilities, and their inborn gifts are always work. Their abilities are more powerful, and in fact, many of their abilities are only even accessible when they are actually within a delve. That's when their power flares and when they gain their full ability. And so, kind of what I'm thinking for animalists is that by default, they'll have some of the basic like familiar bonds. So you'll be able to still like sort of talk to your pets, to your familiars from a distance away, even outside of a delve. But the action, what I'm thinking is in terms of like mechanically, I'm thinking it's probably going to be that the level 1 power for each pet type is going to be available outside of the delve, and then levels 2 and 3 are only available inside of delves. That's what I'm thinking of doing. Yeah, okay. The first is bonding, and then the second is, I already used empower them to become familiar, so I was going to call it empowerment. Training is not the word here. Empowerment could work. Let me check the thesaurus real quick. Empowerment synonyms. Let's see what we've got here. Blessing. We've got endorsement, no. Dispensation, no. No, I don't. These don't even feel like proper synonyms for empowerment. Like, this is not the kind of definition that I want. I want to be... Oh, what's a good term that I can use for this? Power, flame, no. Need something animalistic. Enrage, no, that's not what I want. I do kind of want a feel like something primal, something natural. Term for second is... Okay, so bonding is what allows you to become a familiar, and as your bond grows, then the power of each familiar grows with it. Trust. Something with trust. Your bond and your trust, but not trust. We want it to be something maybe closer to... Kinship? No. Maybe. Ken. Not familiarize? No. This is the hard part. Honestly, like I can do mechanics all day long. The problem is terminology. Coming up with the words good, is the hard part of game design. I'm going to be honest with you. Second is... mechanics? No, I don't like that. This is where I could use being like an animal scientist. I'm sure they have terms for what I'm looking for. The second is... Maybe I should just choose a placeholder term. Not empowerment, though, because I'm already using empowerment to empower. Nature, red, and tooth and claw. Whew. Why is this so hard? The second is inflame? No. That implies some level of like rage or energy. Cloak? Embrace? Attachment? Maybe? It's not bad, actually. Attachment. Let's go with attachment. That's not a bad suggestion. I like an attachment, and if we change it later, we change it later. Fellowship, maybe. Pair bond. Now, out of those three, I like attachment better. But even then, it's. There's a word for this. There's gotta be a word for that sort of that connection between a pet and their person. Well, at least there should be a word for that, right? There really should be a word for that. Let's go with attachment for now, just so we can move forward. The second is attachment, which allows the animalist to grant both themselves and their familiars additional power and capabilities. Yeah, sure. We'll take that for now. And then now we go. All right, so let's talk bonding. And attachment. When an animalist bonds with another creature, it creates a mystical connection between themselves and between both parties that makes both sides more powerful. That's not how I want to say it. It's a synergistic connection between them that makes both something more than they could be alone. Yeah, sure. In order to create the bond with a creature, the following requirements must be met. The creature must be willing to bond with the animalist. It is impossible to force the bond onto an unwilling creature. The guide determines if any given creature is willing to bond. At a minimum, the creature should not be afraid or threatened by the animalist. An action roll to establish that initial trust may be required at the guide's discretion. The animalist invests one connection dice from their pool into the bond. This connection. Okay. I was going to say this connection dice is effectively locked, but the way connection dice kind of works here is that number is going to go up and down throughout play, but also it gets reset every session. So every time you sit back down at the table to play, your connection gets reset to 9. Is how the game currently works. I am willing to say that connection invested in a bonded familiar takes away from that refresh rate. So at the beginning of each session, if you have one familiar, instead of getting 9 connection back, you get 8. You have 2 familiars and you get 7. You have 3 familiars, you get 6. So that way it places a limit on how many familiars you can bond with. But also, considering how important connection is that too much to ask? A permanent reduction in the size of your connection refresh is a big ask. I say, let's do that. And then it's kind of on us to make sure that it's worth it. It's like, okay, yes, I am losing one of my dice from my connection pool, but each having a familiar is so dope that it's worth it, right? That's I think what we would want to achieve. That's where we want this to go. Is that how this is going to go? I don't know. That would be what playtesting is for, and as I believe I've established in previous streams, playtesting is for the weak. But okay, let's do that. Let's do that. I guess, it's just gonna put a tiny bit of pressure on us to make sure that the abilities, the bonus and stuff that you get from each familiar is more than worth the loss of one of your connection points. This invested connection reduces the amount of connection dice that you get during the connection pool refresh at the start of each session. Just gonna little note as an example with a standard session refresh, connection refresh of 9, an animalist with 1 familiar would refresh 8 at the start of each session. An animalist, god damn it, with 4 familiars would refresh, would have a refresh of 5 connection at the start of each session. Additional note: if a familiar dies or the bond is otherwise broken, the animalist receives the invested connection dice back into their refresh, but also suffers there's going to be a debuff. There's going to be a discord. Let's call it shattered for now. The shattered discord. And then we'll make a little note on what that is. Oh, there we go. AD Discord. Oh. Damn it. Let's see here. So, what's the format for Discords? I forget. It's name, effect, and resolution, right? Shattered effect when the bond between an animalist and their familiars is broken, be it by the death of the familiar or any other reason, the animalist suffers a level of mental and emotional backlash known as the shattering. A shattered animalist receives a -1 to all action rolls involving their surviving familiars until the discord is resolved. Resolution for this discord: shattering heals naturally over time. Heals naturally over time at the rate of... No. Not at the rate. Heals naturally over time after a month. The animalist's soul soul recovers enough to move on. If the animalist is able to bond a new familiar before that time, the discord will also resolve early. Is this how I had it? I feel like, let me go back to where's combat. Is that what they look like? Oh, okay, there we go. That's what this is what they're supposed to look like. Okay, so let's go back here. Wait. Wait. Okay, so it's Discord. And then there we go. That's a Discord. That's what that looks like. Also, ouch. But yeah. Ooh, hey, my 3D print finished. Heck yeah, finally. Had I cameras over on that side, I would go like, hey, everybody, who wants to see me fish out some monsters from my 3D printer? But I would have to do so much setup that the stream would be over before I would be able to have the cameras ready. And also then you would just see me messing with messy stuff. The resin printer is surprisingly messy. I should not be surprised at how messy resin printing is, considering it's resin and that stuff just gets everywhere. But it is. But also I am 3D printing out monsters for my players on Sunday, and yeah, they're in for a time. Also, as soon as that's done, I gotta print out another set of monsters. I wonder if I still have enough resin after this print, or I'm gonna have to fucking run to Micro Center. Oh my god. Let's hope not. I don't want to go out. It's cold out there. Anyway. Let's see. So this is decent. Okay, invest one connection dice in the pool of the bond. The invest connection results in the familiar dice the ones that were broken. Sample. Anything else? I think that's it, honestly. I'm not gonna require there's already a role required if you need to like kind of convince the animal, but otherwise it just kind of works. Just invest the connection and you have a new familiar. Honestly, I think we can leave bonding at that. And then the other is attachment. For now, I'm gonna be honest. I'm not thrilled with that name yet either. It's right now. It's a place. It might grow on me. But for now, it feels like a placeholder. But let's kind of go with it. So the attachment is additional bonus. Yeah, so basically attachment. Once a bond is established with a familiar, then the analyst it can grow and evolve over time as the animalist's own experience grows. This increase in power is reflected in two ways. One, each familiar can gain additional abilities based around their archetype. See below for the list of archetypes and abilities. A newly bonded familiar starts with the first ability for their archetype for free. When a familiar is in physical contact with their animalist, both the attachment between them can provide the animalist with certain buffs and inputs. Okay, so I like that, and then we can make it so each archetype for the familiars, you got your 3 levels and your attachment ability. So then for all of these, we would have an additional, like, A for attachment. That works. And again, the attachment ability is basically you have one of your familiars. And also, let's just add a note. Only one familiar's attachment ability can be in effect at a given time, unless the animalist as the now let's leave it at that. I was gonna say at a given time. I might add an ability later that an animalist could purchase that allows them to have multiple attachment abilities available at once. But I think I'll leave that as a possibility more than anything else. Don't think I'm going to put it directly on there. Okay, that's solid, I think, general ability. Now we need to come up with power types. So a predator, their attachment ability could be something like +1 to action rolls to track a target. Maybe. Then their level 1 ability can be something like lash out. Lash out. The familiar lashes out with their natural weaponry be it claws, beak, teeth, horns, or other natural or any other. Make inflict 1 wound on an other. And this makes me think that I actually need to add something to combat. Because combat does not really have any way to damage this challenge. Alright, so let's go here. Let's add a roll here. An enemy's challenge. Rating also determines how many wounds that enemy can take before being knocked out and removed from combat. And enemy, this can never go below 1, so an enemy with a CR of 0 or lower always has 1 of capacity, unless noted otherwise in the enemy's description. There we go. That way you can in theory attack enemies directly and take them out of the combat. Because that really wasn't a thing you could do before, I just realized. Let's see here. Level 2 for a predator. Some kind of intimidation thing, I think. Let's call this Hunter's Gaze. The familiar unleashes their predatory instincts against a target. Making it difficult for them to act against and in combat. This ability can negate a single trick from an out of combat. It adds +3 dice to attempts to intimidate or otherwise frighten a target. The animalist's target. And then level 3 for a predator. Hmm. Not sure. I'll have to think about it. We'll leave it blank for now. We'll come back to this. We're also about to end the stream anyway. I'm looking at the time. It's basically time for me to wrap up. So honestly, let's see if we can just get a couple more before we wrap the stream up for today. So their attachment ability as a bird. It's not going to be for you to fly. That might be a level 3 ability. Attachment ability for birds. +1 to action rolls to notice or perceive details or danger. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Like they are on no, they're on alert and they've got those sharp eagle eyes, if you will. Ability number 1. Light is the obvious thing, right? Bird's eye view. The familiar takes to the air, far out of reach of and provides the animalist with an overhead view of their surroundings. This provides a +2 bonus to action rolls regarding navigation, navigating terrain or searching. Yeah. Let's give it that. 2. I'm going to call this Harry. The familiar lies right in a target's face, wings flapping and claws scratching. Distracting the target and preventing them from taking action. In combat, this effectively takes one enemy out of combat. Their CR is not. Yeah, their CR is not added to the, or not subtracted from, subtracted from the combat pool for that volley. Yeah, sure, that's fine. I don't mind that one. We'll leave the level 3 one again to be filled out. A plus The mount familiar can be ridden by their animalist, providing. This was actually going to be kind of the resonance to roles to action regarding quick movement, covering large distances. Defensive riding. While an animalist is riding their mount familiar, they can ignore one per combat as their mount dances out of the way of danger. Dances out of the way of danger. All right, there you go. I like that. I like that. We've got to start. We've got to start. But that said, it is also an end. It is, in fact, time for me to wrap up. It is 7 p.m. It is 7 p.m. And I have to go take some 3D prints out of the oven, if you will, and see if I have enough juice, enough resin, enough model liquid to print a few more monsters. Or if I have to put pants on, I'm wearing pajama pants. Don't worry. If I have to put on real pants and rush out to Micro Center to buy more figurine juice, yum yum yum, so I can have those ready, because tomorrow I'm not going to have time to print out more stuff, and since I'll be hosting the Fandible gang here, and then Sunday is when the game is, and we're starting at noon. There's no time to print out more stuff, so I kind of got to finish everything tonight. So I think that's what I'm going to go do now. Put on my mask, put on my gloves, and go deal with the mess that is that. But anyway, thanks so much for hanging out, folks. Appreciate it. Bobicus, thank you so much. Bathin, just in case you're still around, or if you're watching on VOD, thanks so much for the suggestions and everything. Really useful. Very much appreciated. Anyone else, including oh no, did I miss it? Did this? Oh my god, no, the chat back scroll has lost me the person who, oh my god. Well, anyway, everyone else, including people who were going to watch the VOD later, thanks so much for hanging out. Ken Doyle, thanks for hanging out as well. Everybody, I appreciate it. We got some stuff done. We did some cleaning up and additions on the crafter, which need to be done. We finally broke ground on the animalist. I'll have to relook at that stuff again. It's just putting stuff down on paper right now, and then we'll figure out the rest. And otherwise, we had a good stream. I enjoyed this. Anyway, we're done for the night. Thank you as always. I will not be back tonight. Sometimes I do make the threat that I will come back later and do some video games, and then I never make good on that threat anyway. But sometimes I do. But this time, definitely no threats. I have to focus on getting my game ready. Again, no stream for the rest of this weekend. Maybe something Monday. We'll see. But if not, definitely next Tuesday. In fact, did I update? I don't think I did, but I'm going to click the button anyway. The schedule button. I don't know if that actually did a thing. Sometimes the chat ones. There we go. There we go. So that is wrong. That is wrong, actually. I need to update that. It's actually 3 to 7 now instead of 2 to 6. But the days are right. That is my schedule. But also, the easiest way is to keep track of my socials. So if you are not following me on my socials, there they are. Stream Elements is already given them a few times, so that's the easiest way to know when I'm streaming, and also just to keep a track of any other announcements that I might make. And finally, last thing, look, if you enjoyed hanging out with me, you think it'd be fun to have me run a game for you, I am willing to do that in exchange for money. This link for startplaying.games shows the games that I am currently trying to get off the ground, and also lets you potentially hire me for a custom game if that is up your alley. Feel free to check it out, and even if it doesn't work for you, maybe one of your friends wants to have a strange game run for them, and I am the kind of person who would do that. In any case, once again, thanks so much always, folks, for hanging out. I will be back for certain next Tuesday afternoon, at which point we're going back to continue yelling semi-coherently about Invisible Sun. So be sure to join me for that next week. Until then, have a great weekend, everybody, and I hope you all have a wonderful time zone wherever you are. Take care, and bye-bye.